Cloud is recording.
Backup is Rollins.
Okay, at this time, Sergeant Martinez, you're opening.
Good morning and welcome to today's remote New York City Council hearing of the Committee on Public Safety. At this time, would all panelists please turn on their video? To minimize disruption, please silence your electronic devices. And if you wish to submit testimony, you may do so at the following email address: testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that's testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you very much for your cooperation. We are ready to begin.
Good morning, and thank you for joining today's virtual hearing of the Public Safety Committee. I'm Councilmember Adrienne Adams, Chair of the Public Safety Committee. I'd like to acknowledge that we are joined by my colleagues, Council Members Cabrera, Menchaca, Riley, and I see Councilmember Powers as well. And I'm sure many others will be joining momentarily. Last June, Governor Cuomo issued an executive order requiring that every city in New York engage their residents and develop a plan to reform policing by April 1st, or possibly risk losing billions of dollars in state funding. The order was prompted by the mass demonstrations that took place in New York City and around the world after George Floyd and Breonna Taylor were killed by police in 2020. While their deaths may have been the catalyst, I would be remiss if I did not recognize that communities impacted by over-policing have been organizing and demanding police accountability for decades. So, with that as a backdrop, you would think that the administration would take their mandate to develop a meaningful reform plan seriously. Instead, the administration dragged its feet for months and rushed through a half-hearted community engagement process. I hope that the hearing this committee held last month would have spurred them into real action. Instead, here we are today, roughly 6 weeks away from the April 1st deadline, and New Yorkers have yet to see a draft of the administration's plan. For this reason, the council has stepped in and introduced an initial slate of 12 reforms that would make structural changes, increase transparency, and reduce the NYPD's footprint. At today's hearing, the Public Safety Committee will consider Intro 2209, which I sponsored. This bill will require that the police commissioner be confirmed by the council through the advice and consent process and reduce the police commissioner's term from 5 years to 4 years. I introduced this bill because New Yorkers deserve a police commissioner who has a zero-tolerance policy when it comes to officer misconduct. The current practice of simply docking vacation days when an officer's actions or inaction causes harm is a slap in the face to the victim, their families, and to their communities. Take, for example, the tragic death of Tony Wells, whose mother Elizabeth is here with us today. Tony, a young woman who desperately sought help but was ultimately strangled by her abusive partner because the NYPD officers assigned to the call never even got out of their patrol car. These officers clearly failed to uphold their most basic duty, and because of that, a bright young woman was viciously murdered. It is outrageous and infuriating that those officers were merely docked a few vacation days and placed on a short probation period. This disciplinary outcome makes it clear that no matter what they do, officers will be allowed to hide behind their badges. Requiring that the council confirm the police commissioner can help ensure that anyone who fills that role is committed to real reform and accountability. Yes, accountability from day one. The committee will also hear Intro 1671, which I sponsored. This bill would require the NYPD to report quarterly on traffic and checkpoint stops, including information on how many of those stops resulted in arrests or a summons being issued. The reporting requirement would allow us to clearly see if the NYPD is unfairly targeting certain communities for disparate enforcement. The committee is hearing several other bills, which I will only mention briefly because I know that my colleagues will want to speak to the details in just a moment. Intro 2220, sponsored by Councilmember Steve Levin, would eliminate qualified immunity for police officers. Resolution 1538, sponsored by Majority Leader Lori Cumbo, calls upon the state to remove the police commissioner's exclusive authority over officer discipline with regard to the CCRB's recommendations. And a pre-considered resolution sponsored by Councilmember Francisco Moya that calls upon the state to require that NYPD officers live within the 5 boroughs of New York City. We're very proud of this police reform legislation package and have already received great recommendations from advocates on ways to make them even stronger. Today, we look forward to continuing that conversation with them, with members of the public, and with representatives from the administration. With that, I will now let each sponsor speak briefly about their bill.
This is Daniel Addis, the Council of the Committee on Public Safety. I see that Councilmember Levin is present. Councilmember Levin, do you wish to give an opening statement?
I do. Thank you very much. I want to thank our chair for bringing this package of legislation to this hearing. I think that this is a very important series of bills to be hearing today, and I think that this represents many months of work by council and council staff to address the systemic issues that that we've been seeing for far too long in our country and in our city. And honestly, it's never the most opportune time to do reform. We don't deny that we've seen a spike in murders in the last year. We don't deny that we've seen a spike in shootings in the last year. And that's very concerning, and we need to be working with every strategy that we can to address it. But it's important that we carry through with our commitment to do reform, and that's what these bills are doing. After the budget fight of this past summer, when the parallel crises of COVID and its economic fallout collided with the racial justice reckoning following the death of George Floyd, I took a lot of criticism and tried to examine the ways in which the City Council could address some of the accountability issues with the NYPD and see if we could begin to repair the relationship between police and community. I think that with this package of reforms, and I'm very proud to be sponsoring the legislation to remove the defense of qualified immunity for police officers, we can make some progress in restoring that vital piece of public trust. The need for this reform keeps repeating itself in the headlines. In Rochester earlier this year, officers pepper sprayed a 9-year-old girl having a mental health crisis. And last week, a Buffalo grand jury dismissed charges against the officers who shoved an elderly man to the ground and left him bleeding and needed of hospitalization. And I think we all saw the video of that. Civil courts provide a much needed source of recourse and reparations for victims of egregious misconduct. This allows for a path of accountability for officers and repair and redress for victims. It allows the system to attempt to address the harm caused in these situations. The support for this reform, and this is very important, spans the political spectrum, with criticisms from 2 Supreme Court justices rarely on the same side, Justice Sonia Sotomayor and Justice Clarence Thomas. In addition, that we've seen that in legislation around the country, in Colorado, for instance, the bipartisanship for this legislation, for this type of legislation, is manifest. The Fourth Amendment standard is that 20/20 hindsight should not be used to judge police actions if they acted reasonably. This bill does not change that. And I hope that you will join me in supporting this necessary legislation. I want to thank my staff that worked on this legislation, as well as council staff, Kelly Taylor, Ed Atkin, Daniel Addis, Brian Crow, and I really am very appreciative to the chair for bringing this to the council today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Levin. We have also been joined by Council Members Powers, Holden, Yeager, Rodriguez, and Rosenthal. And I will now turn it over to our moderator, Committee Counsel Daniel Addis, to go over some procedural items.
Thank you, Chair Adams. As I said before, I'm Daniel Addis, Counsel of the Committee on Public Safety at the New York City Council. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are called to testify, at which point you will be unmuted by the host. Members of the administration who are testifying will not be muted during the Q&A portion of the administration testimony. I will be calling on panelists to testify. Please listen for your name to be called. I will call on you shortly for the oath, then again when it is time to begin your testimony. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask a question of the administration or a specific panelist, please use the Zoom raise hand function and I will call on you in order. We will be limiting council member questions to 5 minutes, which includes the time it takes to answer questions. All hearing participants should submit written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov if you have not already done so. That's testimony@council.nyc.gov. The deadline for written testimony is 72 hours after the hearing. Before we hear from the representatives of the administration, we will hear from Elizabeth Rivera, mother of Tony Wells. Ms. Rivera, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you and the Sergeant at Arms will set the timer, then give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin delivering your testimony.
Thank you, Council. Ms. Rivera, we welcome you.
Thank you for having me, guys. Thank you. It's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Well, I would like to say my story. Like I said, once again, thanks for having me. Basically, I would like to say what happened. I'm a little nervous, so just, bear with me. My nerves are bad. So as many of you might not know, on December 27th, my daughter, Tony Wells, made a call to 911 for help. Excuse me, guys. Asking, saying that her husband was acting weird and she feared for her life. A second call was made by the neighbor saying Tony was screaming, saying he's gonna kill me. 2 NYPD officers were dispatched to do a wellness check. However, officers Wing Hung Lu and Wei Whale Jaber refused to get out of their car because it was simply too cold. As an hour later, a third call was made to go into to Tony's home, where her body was found, discovered unresponsive, with one and a half year old daughter crying over her lifeless body. As a mother, I'm sad, I'm hurt, I'm angry, because my daughter made a call, because she feared for her life and she was scared. She waited for help. She wanted to be rescued, and it was never sent to her. It's more difficult and more hurtful to know that these 2 officers who was sent to check on my Tony made a selfish decision to stay in their car, one that cost her life. Tony was a mother and a great daughter. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. It's just sad, and it's a disgrace that these 2 are allowed to keep their jobs after being found guilty by the department to do failure to do police action and failure to properly investigate while responding to a call. As a result of the negligence, my daughter was murdered by her husband while her daughter watched the selfish decision, they left my granddaughter traumatized without a mother, a family that's broken, and a woman's life that was lost forever. As officers, you make an oath to protect and serve. However, my daughter was not protected. Those officers failed to do. Oh God, I just can't, guys. I'm so sorry.
Ms. Rivera, thank you. I know how difficult this is.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm trying to finish, but it's like, oof. They have sent the message that Tony's life did not matter, that Tony pleaded for help and wasn't enough action, that women suffering from domestic violence cannot rely on the ones that they're supposed to protect us. You have made this message very clear that our lives and are not worthy, and it's okay. It's not okay. And we would not stop until justice is served. I'm so sorry, guys. I tried my best. I appreciate it. Thank
you, Ms. Rivera. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you. And I'm so sorry. I try to do my best, but it's like, oh gosh, like my emotions are taking over.
Understood. I think my only question for you is, has anyone at NYPD ever expressed remorse?
No remorse, even after she was, we have heard about the tragedy. We went to the prison. It's like basically all the officers turned their backs. Nobody was sympathetic. Nobody came out and say their condolences to us. Like I never seen a precinct so cold, to be honest. Like not one officer said nothing to us. It's just as a disgrace. Like you said, it's a slap in the face. This is how I'm seeing it.
So
we gotta do better.
Accept my deepest condolences.
Thank you so much.
And heartfelt blessings for healing for your family, especially you and your precious granddaughter. Thank you so much for your testimony this morning.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. And I'm sorry for breaking down. I try to do my best, but it's like I said, my emotions took over.
You did just fine. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to acknowledge that we've also been joined by Councilmember Brannan. Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Committee Counsel at this time.
Thank you, Chair. Next, we will hear from representatives of the administration. The panelists to give testimony will be the Chief Strategy Officer for the Office of First Deputy Mayor, Chelsea Davis, Chief of Staff for the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, Marco Soler, Chief of Patrol for the New York City Police Department, Juanita Holmes, Executive Director for Strategic Initiatives for the New York City Police Department, Elizabeth Dates, Assistant Deputy Commissioner for Legal Matters for the New York City Police Department, Oleg Chernovsky, Managing Attorney of the Legislative Affairs Unit for the New York City Police Department, Michael Clark. Before we begin testimony, I will administer the oath. To all members of the administration who will be offering testimony or will be available for questions, please raise your right hands. I will read the oath in the order that I just read your names, then call on you each individually for a response. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and respond honestly to council member questions? Chelsea Davis.
Yes, I do.
Marco Soler.
Yes, I do.
Chief Juanita Holmes.
I do.
Elizabeth Dates.
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Chernovsky.
I do.
And Michael Clark.
I do.
Thank you. Now I invite representatives of the First Deputy Mayor's Office to begin their testimony.
Good morning, Chair Adams, members of the Public Safety Committee. My name is Chelsea Davis. I am the Chief Strategy Officer in the Office of the First Deputy Mayor. I'm joined by Marco Soler from the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, as well as colleagues from the New York City Police Department, including Juanita Holmes, Chief of Patrol, Oleg Chernovsky, Assistant Deputy Commissioner for Legal Matters, Elizabeth Dates, Executive Director of Strategic Initiatives, and Michael Clark, Managing Attorney of the Legislative Affairs Unit. Thank you for inviting us today to discuss this topic. Creating a shared vision of public safety and rebuilding mutual trust between police and the people they serve requires substantial outreach and engagement. While a preliminary plan is required by Executive Order 203 will be released in the coming days, we know that one plan alone will not address long-standing concerns raised by communities that have historically borne the brunt of over-policing. We must and we will continue to seek public input and work to ensure that policing reflects the needs of communities long past the April 1st deadline to submit this reform plan. We understand that police must earn their legitimacy in the eyes of those that they serve. Solidifying and strengthening new forms of engagement is central to how we created this plan. It's a central aspect of the plan moving forward. The mayor has already announced some reforms, including for the first time ever, giving communities a voice in choosing their precinct commanders. We will empower panels of residents to interview the department's proposed candidates for commander in their local precinct. These panels will advise on the best person to serve them and produce annual performance reviews of the precinct commander, holding commanders accountable to the community. Advocates, communities, and NYPD members themselves spoke about their strong desire for officers to do a better job understanding the culture of the communities they serve. In response, we announced that this spring we will expand the People's Police Academy, a community-led training program for local precinct personnel. In addition, whenever an officer starts working in a new precinct, they will undergo an intensive course, including field training, meeting with community leaders, service providers, small businesses, and youth organizers. Embedding community engagement into training will help ensure that residents have a voice in determining what public safety means to them and looks like in their neighborhood. It's vital that we create a community-wide response to one of our most serious public safety challenges, gun violence. We will launch the New York City Joint Force to End Gun Violence, which will be comprised of NYPD members, secure violence groups, district attorneys, the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, other city agencies, and community-based organizations. This group will focus on the small number of people who drive most of the gun violence in our city by concentrating on the 100 blocks that have the highest numbers of shootings, as well as disproportionate numbers of 311 and 911 calls. Community stakeholders and advocates have emphasized the pressing need for greater police accountability. The Dinkins Plan is a core component of our efforts and will significantly increase accountability by expanding the oversight and investigative authority of the Civilian Complaint Review Board, CCRB. The Dinkins Plan expands the information the CCRB can access and the range of issues it can investigate. The Dinkins Plan also establishes the Patrol Guide Review Committee, which will use lessons learned from individual cases to drive policy reforms. In the single largest structural change since CCRB was formed, the Dinkins Plan will also consolidate the Commission to Combat Police Corruption and the Office of the Inspector General of the NYPD with the CCRB. This historic reform will allow the CCRB to initiate investigations and will grant timely access to body-worn camera footage, as well as full access to officers' disciplinary and employment histories for substantiated cases. The plan will also give CCRB the authority to investigate individual instances of alleged bias-based policing misconduct. With expanded access to information and combined authority, the newly strengthened CCRB can do more to effectively hold officers accountable and improve public trust. We've also heard a lot about the need for further transparency and accountability in the disciplinary process, both from members of the community and members of service. So we understand the need for this reform. The administration, with council's help, has made great strides in improving the disciplinary system, including the publication of the Disciplinary Matrix and the subsequent Memorandum of Understanding between the NYPD and the CCRB. The matrix has been finalized and is posted online. The matrix is the culmination of more than 2 years of work, which required collaboration between the department, CCRB, and numerous advocacy organizations and community stakeholders. To give you a sense of scope, the NYPD received 560 comments on the preliminary draft of the matrix from advocacy organizations, community-based organizations, clergy, oversight entities, members of the public on its preliminary draft. We took all of that in and worked to find the right balance, and we believe that the matrix is fair, transparent, and applies appropriate penalties to a wide range of misconduct. However, it's also a living document that can be amended if necessary. The MOU takes this matrix a step further. It's an agreement that applies the matrix to all CCRB discipline cases and confirms that NYPD and CCRB will use the penalty guidelines to determine penalties for officer misconduct. It is only under extraordinary circumstances that NYPD or CCRB can depart from the matrix, and if they do, they must provide a publicly available justification. In addition, should the NYPD deviate from CCRB's disciplinary recommendation, it must provide a publicly available justification for doing so. This will allow the council and members of the public to judge how fair the process is and whether appropriate punishment is being meted out. The agreement also empowers the CCRB by ensuring access to NYPD employment history in any case where CCRB investigator recommends that an allegation of misconduct be substantiated. The agreement also outlines that there will be an annual review starting in August 2021 of whether the agreement is accomplishing the mutual goal of consistent and fair discipline. I also want to note again, of course, that the matrix is not set in stone. We're continued to reviewing the matrix with partners and updating it as necessary. To conclude, I want to talk about the bills before us today. Introduction 1671 requires the police department to submit quarterly reports on all traffic encounters, including demographic information for those pulled over or stopped at checkpoints. The administration supports the goals of this legislation and thinks further transparency into who is stopped and where the stop occurs is important. Collecting some data may require coordination with the state, but we look forward to these continued conversations with the council. Intro 2220 would create a new local civil right, providing protections against unreasonable search and seizure, and create a private right of civil action for violations. It specifies that qualified immunity cannot be used as a defense, and any violator would be personally liable for the lesser of $25,000 or 5% of the final judgment. If that sum cannot be collected from the violator, the city would be required to pay. This bill seeks to address two perceived issues, that plaintiffs can't receive compensation when they suffer real harms, and that officers are protected from paying out of pocket. However, existing law already affords plaintiffs just compensation. In addition, officers who violate law and policy must pay out of pocket for their defense, settlements and judgments based on New York state law. The bill creates a strict liability offense, even for officers acting in good faith. So an officer who follows the patrol guide could be found personally liable for up to $25,000 if the patrol guide is later found to be incorrect. This creates uncertainty for members of service and makes it difficult for them to effectively do their jobs, and the administration opposes this legislation. Intro 2209 would require the advice and consent of the council for any new police commissioner. The administration opposes this piece of legislation. The council already has oversight over the department. We do not think that creating an additional political process for installing a new commissioner will enhance that oversight. The police commissioner should report to the mayor as chief executive of the city. I want to thank the chair and the members of committee for inviting me to testify. We want to continue the conversation with the council on these proposals as we move along in the reform process, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you again, Ms. Davis, for being here with us. You're with us, and we really appreciate you and the work that you do, of course. Before I get into questions about the bill, though, I just really want to acknowledge that, once again, we're not joined by Commissioner Shea. He didn't come to our hearing after the protests, or our hearing in December on racism in the police department, or our hearing last month on police reform. So if he's not going to come to testify on legislation that directly impacts the commissioner, their disciplinary authority, and how they're appointed, am I correct in assuming that he doesn't plan to show up unless it's a budget hearing?
I will let the police department speak to the commissioner's plans, but since we are here to talk about these bills and the mayor's reform plan and carrying out Executive Order 203 and generally improving public safety and policing, the mayor's office is leading this effort, and so that's why I'm here leading testimony today.
Okay, fair enough. Wanted to get that on the record that once again, we are missing the commissioner for another very important hearing, specifically on police reform. Okay, so advice and consent, this is something that I'm sponsoring, this legislation on advice and consent. It's not a new concept. Right now, confirmation by the city council is required for the head of DOI, for the corporation council, and for the members of 9 different policy-making bodies, including the City Planning Commission, TLC, and the Board of Health. Does the mayor believe that his hands are tied when it came to those positions? Was the city harmed in any way? because those nominees were required to come before the council for a vote?
So I'll thank you for that question. I'll start by saying that we, of course, agree that improving accountability is key to reform. It's key to building confidence amongst the public and members of service. We don't think that advising consent would meaningfully improve accountability because the council already has oversight over the department. We don't think that this additional political process for installing a new commissioner would enhance that oversight. And the police commissioner should report to the mayor. In terms of Corporation Council and DOI and some of the other commissions that you mentioned, the Corporation Council represents the city, including the city council. So we think it makes sense for that position to have additional layers of approval. In terms of some of the other commissions that you named, there are members that are appointed by council. And as for DOI, that's an independent agency, so it's important to have an additional layer of approval there as well. We think the police commissioner should report to the mayor as chief executive of the city, and that this process wouldn't really add any additional accountability.
So you see absolutely zero value in having the seal of approval from the council, in actually having a commissioner that not only has your support, but has the support of other elected officials in the city.
We certainly understand that having trust, confidence, legitimacy of the police commissioner is important for the council and certainly for the public as well as all the members of service. We don't think that advising consent is the most meaningful way to improve that accountability or that confidence.
In 2019, did the mayor's appointees to the Charter Revision Commission support requiring advice and consent of the Corporation Council?
I'm not sure. I don't know if Marcos or anyone at the police department knows. I can get back to you with that answer.
Does anyone on the NYPD side know the answer to that? In 2019, did the mayor's appointees to the Charter Revision Commission support requiring advice and consent of the Corporation Council? No?
I'm aware. We can certainly look into it and get back to you.
Yeah, we'll let you know.
Okay, so Ms. Davis, if this bill does pass the council, it would still need to go before the voters in November before it takes effect. So I'm still curious as to what the harm would be in letting the public weigh in on this.
I think it's important that we focus on some of the, as part of this plan, on some things that we think will have a really genuinely big impact on improving accountability. I don't know if I can speak to the specific harms of this, but we don't think that this would meaningfully improve accountability in the way it's intended. And we think that the police commissioner should report to the mayor, and that the other positions where there's a confirmation or advising consent process are different kinds of roles.
I think I'm going to turn to the NYPD for this particular question that I have in mind. It has to do with my bill on vehicle stops. Studies have shown that nationally, Black drivers are more likely to be targeted in traffic stops. Do you think that the data would show that in New York City, this is any different?
So good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good.
First, I'd like to publicly, if you don't mind, apologize to Ms. Rivera for what she had to go through. I could not imagine a more traumatic ordeal than losing a child. And, I returned to the department December 31st, 2020. And I formerly was the chief of domestic violence. And it was, I can honestly say, dear to my heart. I was very passionate about it. So the mere thought that no one apologetically responded to Ms. Rivera, it's mind-boggling. But I just wanted to start with that.
Chief Holmes, what do you think about the punishment that was not administered for that crime?
Well, I know now the punishment is different. I think what was in place now has been expanded upon. And in addition to that, the failure to what they were charged with, the failure to properly respond, the failure to properly investigate, now has been, the penalty is increased. In addition to that, any aggravating factors will be looked at with a different eye. So I can sit here and say wholeheartedly, I'm happy to see that's in place now as far as the matrix, as far as discipline. I don't have the particular full nature of the crime. Like I said, I wasn't here, and it first came to my attention last week, as a matter of fact, I guess when the penalties were substantiated. But I know moving along in the future, you will see full transparency, and there'll be a difference, I think, as far as penalties are concerned. But with that, speaking about the traffic stats, currently now as it stands, the moving summonses do not capture race. They capture actually what's on the driver's license, which is date of birth, gender, name, things of that nature. But I don't see a problem with us reporting on that. In order to achieve that, I do think maybe like we did with the criminal court summonses, how we have to go back and have the risk added. It's probably something that we would have to do with the state. Other than that, we would be probably led to creating some sort of form, then training, then another database, which is something, I don't know if that's something we want to do, especially when it's capturing race and gender. But we do have stats, specific stats when it comes to enforcement that we can report to, but it's really gender-based, precinct-based, area-based, sector-based, but really doesn't capture race as it stands now.
Do you think that legislation like this is going to benefit the NYPD?
I think it does. It will benefit the NYPD.
And I'd also like to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Deutsch. I think I'm going to go to my colleagues at this time. I'm going to come back for another round, though.
Thank you.
Council?
First up, we're going to turn to the sponsors of the legislation. I see Councilmember Levin is the sponsor that's currently here. Councilmember Levin, would you like to begin?
Thank you very much, Committee Council. So I want to thank members of the administration for testifying. I guess my first question would be around police discipline. And this could go for any member of the administration. So the New York Times reported late last year that there are, in instances of serious misconduct involving the CCRB, that the police commissioner diverts from the recommended sanctions 71% of the time. So 7 times out of 10, the process at CCRB, or I imagine also in administrative trials, goes forward with an investigation, a prosecution, sometimes even a settlement, although I understand that this issue was addressed in this MOU. But 71% of the time that happens. That's status quo. Why does the police commissioner need to retain final disciplinary authority in light of that fact?
I want to thank you for bringing this up, especially this issue of concurrence. I'll speak to that, and then I'll come back to the question of final disciplinary authority, because I think concurrence between CCRB and NYPD in terms of convictions and penalties is extremely important for public trust and confidence in the oversight system, which is necessary for accountability. And so that is that lack of concurrence is a major issue that this administration has been working to address, and something that's we're really focusing on in this reform plan. Both the police commissioner and the chair of CCRB have firmly committed to sticking to the disciplinary matrix, which is designed exactly to address the issues that you're talking about. So any and all deviations from the matrix, which should be extremely rare, will be made public, including an explanation directly from the police commissioner as to the basis for that deviation. All changes to the matrix itself will be made public. there'll be no question that the council and the public will be able to continually examine adherence and remediate.
If I may, to interrupt, I'm sorry, but if it's supposed to be extremely rare, as you say, I mean, there's a big difference between extremely rare and 71%. That's a world apart. That's not even on the same planet. And so you can forgive, I imagine, the skepticism that an MOU, which is non-legally binding, that can be dissolved at any time or amended at any time, unilaterally, by the administration, essentially dissolves at the end of this year with a new administration. I just don't understand what's the argument against saying, why not have an independent body have final disciplinary authority? Why should it remain? What's the affirmative case for it remaining with the commissioner as opposed to an independent body? Why does the commissioner need that authority? Why does the commissioner even want that authority?
So I want to answer this question, but I first want to clarify that the statistics that you're citing are from before this matrix was put into effect, and we agree that this is a huge concern, which is why we worked with council to. But the
matrix doesn't actually. The matrix itself does not address concurrence. It's the matrix. The CCRB could recommend one discipline within the matrix, and the commissioner could divert from within the matrix. So the matrix is good. It was our idea. We passed legislation to make you do the matrix. Sorry, it's not. Wasn't the administration didn't do it on their own. They did it as per legislation. So
I'm gonna describe a little bit more for clarity what the MOU does in relation to the matrix, and then I'll answer your question about ultimate discretion. So I want to be clear that we agree that this concern about concurrence is extremely important, and that's why we are also looking forward to from now on utilizing this matrix. NYPD and CCRB signed this MOU, which is like a written legal agreement regarding the implementation of the matrix. It applies to all CCRB discipline cases.
Time expired.
They would use the guidelines to determine penalties for misconduct, and that only under extraordinary circumstances can they depart. If so, if there is a departure from the matrix, or if there's a departure
Chelsea, I know you said this in your testimony. I know, I got it. You said it in your testimony. I understand that it's gonna have a public letter, a public facing letter. I get all that. Why affirmatively does the police commissioner need this authority? Why does he want this authority? And why should it not be with an independent body? Frankly, I don't even know if it has to be with the CCRB. It could be with an independent body, a truly independent body. Why? What's the problem with that?
So I do think that there's kind of a natural inclination to look to the top when we're looking to implement reform. We want to do that in every area, but not all problems related to discipline are a function of the police commissioner. So we need to focus on consistency, transparency, just and fair penalties throughout the whole process. I don't want to talk about it in more detail, but the matrix and the MOU are really huge steps in that direction. And
why have they diverted 71% of the time? I mean, past this prologue, so it's great to hear that there's the matrix that we made you guys do last year with legislation. So I get that, but why is there a diversion rate of 71%? Because you're extremely rare. I would think that's like 2-3%, not 71%.
And that's absolutely the goal, and that's why the MOU.
But why is it? Why has it been at 71%?
So, council member, let me jump in here. So, a couple of points. One is when you talk about the divergence rate and the consistency rate, that does fluctuate. I know you're gravitating towards the 71, but that's not a comprehensive 71. It doesn't mean it's based on the charges, right? So the police commissioner can agree on certain charges in a case and could disagree on another charge in a case. What the discipline matrix does is uses historic penalties opened it up for public comment. We worked with Councilmember Donovan Richards, who introduced the bill. This bill, he raised the issue with the blue ribbon panel that we impaneled to take a look at our discipline process. Then you ultimately codified the idea that Councilmember Richards discussed during the blue ribbon panel review of our discipline process, okay? We designed a discipline matrix with the input of the public, with the input of all of the stakeholders. What it creates is a range of penalties with aggravating and mitigating factors, and the divergence on any particular charge is therefore going to be minimized, if not pretty much eliminated, in almost all cases. Now, when you talk about—
But why has it happened, Oleg? And you know, I respect you, but why has it been, sorry, there's two questions that you guys haven't answered yet. First off, why was it at 71%? Second question is, I appreciate it, but why should the police commissioner retain this authority? Why? What's the affirmative case for
Councilmember,
that?
I'll speak to the last question, and then we can go back to PD to talk more about concurrence. I want to stress that we understand kind of what a big ticket item this is and how important it is. However, the impact of moving final decision making isn't clear, and because of some of the potential unintended consequences, we need to be extremely thoughtful.
Like what are the potential unintended consequences?
I'm getting to it. So firstly, changing the process through state law now could open up this major reform to collective bargaining negotiations and new litigation.
Let me interject there, because state law would in effect could preclude a collective bargaining. The collective bargaining is assured under existing for public employees is as per state law. If new state law precludes collective bargaining in police discipline cases, which is the status quo right now under 14.115, there's no collective bargaining for police disciplinary cases. If the state law changes it itself, that's a red herring. That's a red herring. I haven't heard a single serious argument that the state does not retain the authority under state legislation, or even honestly, if they could grant the city that authority through state legislation, that collective bargaining is then triggered. Because again, status quo under 14.115 for the last 83 years has been that collective bargaining is not triggered. So the state and the city could retain the same right that they've had for the last 83 years to not have collective bargaining when it comes to police discipline.
Before we get into that, I'm going to finish the rest of the answer to your question. I want to make sure that it's clear that other jurisdictions have lots of different kinds of models for final discipline, with final decision-making power located outside of the police commissioner, and also have really major problems with accountability and discipline. And so we think that the actual next best step is moving forward with implementation of this matrix and the MOU, as well as all of the oversight reforms laid out in the Dinkins plan.
But they're not mutually exclusive. They don't. One doesn't. Moving the final disciplinary authority away from the police commissioner doesn't prevent the matrix from moving forward, and it doesn't. Like, what's the harm? Explain the harm, other than this nebulous potential collective bargaining that we don't think is actually a real issue. Aside from that, what's the harm?
There really is no perfect model, and other jurisdictions that have this different kind of authority still have really, really big problems. And so
who's saying that we're perfect? No, I'm not saying that we're perfect. We strive towards perfection. We never attain it. We never attain it. We're fallible. But what I don't understand, what is the downside? What is the downside other than this kind of straw man argument about collective bargaining?
Councilmember, if I may chime back in. What you have is a system that's set up now that has input from an independent body, which is CCRB, that does an investigation of a complaint, that makes recommendations based on board members that are appointed by the council, the mayor, and the public advocate.
Yeah.
Make recommendations The recommendations ultimately will go to the police commissioner inside of the department that has experience in policing and evaluates those recommendations. Those recommendations have been, I would say, fine-tuned now through a matrix that basically should bring all of us into alignment. But ultimately, it's the agency head having control over the personnel in their organization, which every organization effectively has. I mean, I'm not necessarily sure of any example where your personnel and your staff is the removal or the disciplining of your staff is dictated by somebody else. For example, even in the city council, you don't outsource the discipline of council members to an outside body. You do it in-house through your ethics committee, correct?
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Would you be
okay? Fine. I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's quite analogous. Can I ask?
Councilmember, I think police commissioner authority means that police commissioner authority means that the police commissioner is accountable, and we think that the matrix, the MOU, and police commissioner accountability are the best ways to improve this.
Accountable to whom? Accountable to the mayor? Certainly not to the council. We can't fire him. We can't even question him, frankly. So we haven't questioned him since June. Anyway, the need to me. I mean, I've worked with both of you for a long time. I respect both of you. It seems it is. I've seen no argument for why I just haven't heard an argument about why affirmatively, except for what you said, Oleg, about keeping discipline within having the discretion to discipline members. And I don't think anyone's saying that the police commissioner can't discipline members, but having the final authority to divert from the findings of a CCRB investigative body or an administrative trial judge, which I mean, it's not like the mayor's been the mayor for 7 years and a month and a half. So, that's a long time. So to say that the discipline, this is this problem we've been addressing, you haven't been addressing it. 71% is not that's the vast majority. It's over 2/3 of the time.
So
anyway,
without the context that we talked about, I don't think is right. But the other point that should be recognized is the difference that happened over the last, I would say, year and a half is 50A was repealed. Right now, with the end of this litigation, that's probably going to be upon us soon. There's going to be a lot of transparency into the discipline.
But what does that have to do with the disciplinary authority? It has nothing to do with disciplinary authority.
Excuse me. It would give transparency into the process that didn't exist for decades and decades. Two, there's been a matrix put forward with public input that gives everybody, both police officers and the public, insight into how the disciplinary process works, not only the outcome. So now there are presumptive penalties. We know what the aggravating and mitigating factors are. The public knows what they are. These are groundbreaking, massive changes to a process that's existed the same way for decades. What you're saying is, let's not wait to see how all of this is going to work, because you're saying yourself that it is us that passed this discipline matrix law, right? But you're not waiting to see if this works. You just want to go and abandon it and throw it aside and say,
I'm out of here in 11 months. I'm out of here in less than 11 months. We've been waiting 7 years. We don't. I don't. That's not. I don't see any other than a theoretical control of the agency by within the chain of command argument. I don't see an argument against it. I'm gonna pass. I know my colleagues have questions, so I'll come back on the second round. I think that's okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Levin. Next up is going to be Councilmember Rosenthal, followed by Councilmember Holden.
Time starts now.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this hearing, Chair Adams. Really appreciate that. And I really want to also say to Ms. Rivera that my heart goes out to you. There are no words, but absolutely you deserve every ounce of respect for what you're doing, for what you've been through, what you've had to handle. So you're a very brave, very strong woman, and I'm really impressed. Thank you. I want to ask a different set of questions that really go to the heart of what happened to Tony Wells. And that is talking about the crime victim treatment CVAPs that were at the precinct itself. And I'm curious to know if the CVAPs were involved at all around Ms. Wells' case.
I appreciate that you bringing this up. The Crime Victim Assistance Program is certainly something that's extremely important, that we're always looking to improve and make sure that we can work with community organizations and give people services. I'll let PD speak to this specific case.
So I can't speak specifically because I really don't have that information, whether or not they were involved. Should they have been? Absolutely. All victims of crime, including the surviving victims, like Ms. Rivera, should have been contacted and services offered. But I apologize, I can't get that information. But I currently today, as it stands, don't have that information.
I mean, what's heartbreaking is that you wouldn't think to ask that question yourself.
I apologize for not asking that question, but I need the information.
With all due respect, and knowing that you're new to this job, so I really am not holding you personally accountable, but it's...
You can, because I'm not new to the department. I've been here 30-somewhat years. But like I spoke earlier to Madam Chair, I was recently briefed on this as recent as Friday. I was not aware of it, and I apologize. I was not here for a year. So even when I heard about it, it was surprising to me. But I will have that information. And no, I'm accountable. I'm accountable. I'm responsible. I know the job.
Thank you very much. And I can't tell you how much I respect you. And I'm interrupting only because I'm on a clock. So it's no disrespect meant, Chief. And honestly, thank goodness for you. I hope you stay. I hope you continue to get a warm welcome from Commissioner Shea. And I hope to see more people who have the dedication just like you in the top level positions. You are the breath of fresh air. So what I'm getting to, given the fact that no one around the table, even the people who were briefed, never thought to ask this question, never got the answer, it really goes to the heart of independent review, independent investigations. And I say this not only because it wasn't your first question, which is the question of what has been our trauma-informed response and how are we serving any survivors, which, by the way, that is the point of the Crime Victim Assistance Program, the CVAPs. You have 2 in every precinct, and their job is to do exactly that. It speaks to why there has to be independent investigations, independent of the police department. My time is running up, but I'm gonna just remind everyone that I say this based on the 2018 DOI report, where there was honest, thank you, if I could just finish, Chair, half a minute, where there was an honest review with honest information that has to this day, even with legislation passed, been fundamentally disregarded. So if the Special Victims Division, whose job it is to deal with sexual assaults, does not operate from a position of trauma-informed investigations, boy, are we in trouble. Because we had this hearing 2 years ago. It's not, shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, but the training still isn't happening. And, you know, I will reach out to Chair Adams separately about possibility of a hearing about the Special Victims Division. I don't mean to distract from this one, but the point being that you can't fix it if it's not independent, and if you don't have buy-in from the NYPD, which is why Chair Adams is asking for the commissioner to be engaged in these hearings. Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity.
Just to respond, I really want to thank you for those comments. And just broadly, I want to reiterate that we have been really working really closely with PD, you know, in general and as part of this reform process with the Office to End Domestic and Gender-Based Violence to make sure that their community partners, that the people they work with in the community are involved and that we're hearing their voices. And I also want to reiterate our agreement and support that external independent oversight is extremely important. And that's why we've announced the Dinkins plan, as well as implementing the DOI's recommendation to consolidate oversight, which we think will have a really large role in improving accountability.
I'm going to let Councilmember Rosenthal throw in here one more time, and I'm also going to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Gibson.
Last point, but every single day there are attacks on women, and I have never heard out of the mayor's mouth, let alone the commissioner's mouth, that we need to take trauma-informed, we need to have trauma-informed solutions. We're sending out a letter today to the mayor in response to the fact that in the Victor Rivera case, where we came to light last week that he sexually assaulted 10 women, we have not heard a peep out of the mayor's mouth about reaching out to the victims and asking them what they need and connecting them to survivor groups. This is why we have a problem. You can't say we've been working on the matrix, we're working with the Office to End Domestic and Gender-Based Violence, and say, oh my gosh, there's a crisis. Let's do two things. One, shift back to the board of directors for them to fix it in the Browns Housing Network case, and ask for an independent audit of how we procure contracts. Not a peep about what this administration does for the victims. Not even saying the phone number, the city-funded phone number of the sexual assault hotline. Why does it not cross the administration's mind to think about the victims? There's no excuse. And we'll follow up on this letter later. I appreciate you, Chair, for giving me a second go round.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Rosenthal. Council?
Thank you, Councilmember Rosenthal. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Holden. Before we do, I just want to remind members of the public not to use the Zoom raise hand function. You will be called after the administration's testimony and questioning has completed. We'll turn to Councilmember Holden now, followed by Councilmember Powers.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much, Chair, for this important hearing. I just wanted to, I guess this is for NYPD, but the mayor's office can weigh in. Let's talk about qualified immunity for a second. Under Intro 2220, qualified immunity is eliminated. Qualified immunity only comes into play where there is not a clear statute or a constitutional right. So what evidence has been presented that qualified immunity is being used incorrectly? And how many times is it used?
Thank you, council member, for that question. My name is Liz Dietz. I'm the Executive Director of Strategic Initiatives for the New York City Police Department. I previously served as Executive Director of Civil Litigation in the department's legal bureau, and I've spent my career litigating issues related to qualified immunity. I can provide some data regarding the use of qualified immunity in New York State. Under a Reuters study, qualified immunity defenses were raised in the Second Circuit, raised and granted in the Second Circuit on 25 total appeals between 2005 and 2019, which is less than 2 cases per year. I could also say that under a study done by Joanna Schwartz at Yale University, she examined 1,183 28 USC 1983 cases brought in federal court involving police action. Only 38 or 3.9% of those cases were dismissed because of the qualified immunity defense at summary judgment or on a motion to dismiss. So qualified immunity is a defense that has very limited applicability on a limited number of federal claims brought in federal court.
So it's not really, it's not a huge issue. And this is what I don't understand the whole concept of trying to punish officers who think they're doing their job. So these are the concerns I have. So I'll ask NYPD, what concerns do you have that this policy will only accelerate retirements? Considering the number of retirements we had in 2020.
I think, council member, I'll say it this way, that this bill is a very huge issue for its impact on public safety and our ability to recruit and train police officers. So imagine that the way this bill is written, and I know Councilmember Levin used Colorado as a model. Mind you, Colorado's state laws are different than New York state laws, so the gaps that they were filling are not necessarily the gaps that we had here. But what this bill would do is would create a $25,000 liability, personal liability, not only for the police officer, but for every police officer at the scene that failed to intervene when the police officer acted in accordance with the law. So how in the world do you train your police force to do their job? You're clearly training them to follow the law. But what this bill would do would be penalizing them personally for following the law, right? And I mean, just to counter one point, I know during the opening statement, Councilmember Levin mentioned that it creates accountability for egregious misconduct. Well, if there's egregious misconduct under current law in New York City and New York State, a police officer would not be indemnified. A police officer could be held liable and would not be represented by the law department, would have to represent themselves. And then another point that was made during the opening is for officers that act reasonably, they're not covered by the bill. So I'm going to read you the language of the bill. It is not a defense to liability that a police officer, a covered individual, has any kind of immunity for discretionary acts involving the exercise of reasoned judgment taken during the performance of their duties. It is also not a defense to liability pursuant to this bill that the officer was acting in good faith or believed reasonably or otherwise that the conduct of such individual was lawful at the time it was committed.
And Ole makes a good point, but if I could add on to it as a comparison to the Colorado bill has similar levels of liability, but officers are indemnified by the state or locality if they're acting in reasonable and in good faith that they're following the law, which is not the case in this bill. So it's more harsh than what Colorado has done. And as Oleg said, Colorado is dealing with a much different situation where their state has not moved sovereignty like ours has. In addition, they had caps on the total payouts that we don't have here, a $900,000 cap, even in the limited circumstances where you could sue a police officer in Colorado. So they were dealing with a much different issue when they passed their law than what we're dealing with here.
I mean, in short, I mean, the public safety impact of this bill is really immeasurable. But I think the best example I can give you is we had about 1,860 shooting victims last year. That was a 102% increase over the year before. Under this bill, if it's enacted, if a police officer arrests an individual that's in possession of an illegal gun and that gun gets suppressed, that officer could be held liable personally for $25,000. And so will every fellow officer at the scene of that gun recovery. So the question is, do we really believe that if this bill passes, officers would be able to stop anybody that they believe is in possession of a gun when they're weighing, do I take a gun off the street and could I afford a $25,000 personal liability hit?
Right. Chair, if I may, just a quick comment or question. Are there any other classes of employees that are held personally liable for violating a rule that was not clearly established or conduct was in good faith? So this is what I'm saying. We're singling out officers. They have a very difficult job and we're making it tougher. And it's not going to help the policing of New York City. It's going to make New York City more dangerous. So, you know what? There's a point here where we just have to stop and step back a bit and then realize that we have a great police force. And yet, yes, okay, we can come up with some changes and reform, and we should, but not just go too far. And we've seen the results of some of our policies already or changes. So I just think, Chair, this is dangerous. By obviously we want to have hearings and we want to have these things vetted and obviously asked. But what I'm hearing, qualified immunity, there could be 20 officers standing around who don't know what's going on. They're just with the whole detail, and they could be personally liable, and they don't even see what is happening. And this is so dangerous. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Holden. We'll now turn to Councilmember Powers, followed by Councilmember Riley.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for the testimony. I had an opportunity to just hear some of the earlier questioning, so I want to go back to some of the points I think Councilmember Levin was pointing out. But I want to just more broad topic here. What is the harm to moving accountability here? We have multiple systems of accountability, seems like multiple agencies and areas for accountability when it comes to NYPD. You have internal affairs for your department, you have DOI, Inspector General, you have CCRB. What would be I want to hear maybe the feedback on why it would not make sense, or why not move, or maybe even centralize all that into one accountable place and take it out of the commissioner's hands. Why would, as a New Yorker, a taxpayer, why would you not want your sort of police force to have an independently accountable entity that's not politically motivated, that's not maybe less persuaded by what public opinion, but provides independent oversight and accountability? Can I just hear the mayor's office and maybe NYPD just restate what is the harm of that?
Sure. Thank you for asking. I do want to reiterate that we think changing this authority through state law could open this major issue to collective bargaining negotiations and new litigation. And we do take that concern very seriously, specifically because we have seen in other jurisdictions how having these different models doesn't necessarily improve accountability for discipline. This is not an issue that's just a function of the police commissioner, but of the entire process. And that's what we want to be focused on.
Okay, so let me I'm sorry to interrupt you, just for limited time here. Do you think accountability is going to get worse if you shift it away from the commissioner to an independent, or is that what you're saying? Do you think it's going to get worse?
I think there's the potential for a lot of unintended consequences, which just means we have to be extremely thoughtful and deliberative about this. And we also have to make sure that we actually see whether the reforms that we've put in place, which we think are major steps forward, are working. I think, as Oleg said before, there is certainly going to be a level of transparency into this process that we have never seen that will have really big impacts. You also mentioned a lot about general structures of oversight, and I would like the opportunity to have Marco Soler from the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice speak to how important it's going to be to consolidate the oversight entities and why we think that also is going to have such a positive impact for accountability. Marcos?
Right. So right now, what we have, as you know well, is a system with 3 different entities and 3 different things. One investigates, one basically audits, the other does some monitoring in the police department. We think it's a time to move from individual instances of misconduct to have systemic reviews of the department. I think that is the area where we have done less as an administration, as a city, and the consolidation process that we think is going to be obviously thoughtfully thought about with different partners. It tried to precisely address that issue, how we bring greater levels of accountability that not only focus on individual misconduct, but greater areas where we see systemic problems in the department. That is the emphasis on consolidation, and that's going to be the emphasis in bringing greater accountability into this process by having, as you say, a one independent entity that can look across different parts of the department from different perspectives.
Okay, look, I'm going to move on to other questions. I think it's just so crystal clear to me that having independent and clear, entities for oversight and accountability is part of this conversation that we're having right now. Wherever you fall on the spectrum of issues here, it almost feels universal to me that you should have both more centralized and clearer sort of visibility into the process by centralizing some of these discipline authorities, but also so universal that, and I actually do think, I think Oleg raises, I agree this with the city council too, that you should have independent oversight and accountability that should be shifted away from the folks that are operating within that body. I think that applies to all of us. I want to just go to residency for a second. There's a resolution here. I don't know if I heard it. Does the administration have a opinion on the residency requirement that is proposed in a resolution here?
I haven't spoken to it yet, but I'm happy to. This is a really important issue. We're certainly still reviewing related to residency. I want to make it clear that New York City residency is already among a number of factors that's considered in determining the strength of a candidate's application for acceptance in the police academy. So in recent years, applicants who are New York City residents receive a 5-point bump in their overall score, moving them upwards on the civil service list. And aside from military service, this is the only factor that can raise a candidate score in this way. But I also, want to point out that the goal behind a residency requirement is ensuring that we have a police force that's representative of the communities that it serves. We want to focus our reform plan on this goal in a much more holistic way than just residency. So making sure that officers are immersed in and educated by the communities that they serve, taking a larger look at recruitment, promotions, initial qualifications, are going to be a lot more effective than just considering residency at achieving that ultimate goal.
Okay, but it doesn't sound like you have a stated opinion on it or at this point, or is there, you are opposed to it, or it's
certainly something that we're still considering and looking at. We've heard from both officers and communities, a significant desire for members to better understand and represent the communities that they're serving in.
Okay, I'll finish on this question just out of respect for the time here. I heard a little bit of dialogue around advice and consent earlier in regard to the bill that would require, I think it's actually a charter, they had to make a charter amendment to require advice and consent when it comes to the police commissioner. I heard a little bit of discussion about other, but maybe you could just clarify for all of us, your sort of operating theory here on when advice and consent should apply and when it shouldn't. Because I did hear some talk about, well, we appoint certain members, so that's where advice and consent lies. You don't believe it for this case. So when should it apply? When do you think advice and consent should apply to a commissioner of a city agency?
Sure. So I can speak to when it has been applied and why that was appropriate. I think, DOI is an independent agency, so an additional level of, approval from council is certainly appropriate. TLC has members appointed by the council. Corporation council represents the city, including city council. I don't have a full comprehensive list of all the commissions where there's this same process. I'm happy to follow up with that. But the police commissioner should report to the mayor and who's accountable to all voters, and that this process for the police department would not represent an improvement in meaningful accountability, which is what we're focused on in this plan.
So let me just offer one last. Wouldn't it make more sense to have commissioners, like if we appoint commissioners to the Tax Lien Commission, that's our version of like sort of accountability within the agency. Wouldn't it make inverse sense to have an agency where we have no appointments to that agency to be actually the places where we would have advice and consent, being that we have no other method for input on the decision making after the appointment?
I mean, we don't think that this would be a meaningful way to improve it. No, but we're also, of course, always open to continue discussions about.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking me. Sorry for taking too much time, but I appreciate your consideration.
Yeah, you didn't take too much time at all, and you actually brought something back to mind, Councilmember Power. So thank you for that last question. My question earlier to Ms. Davis was whether or not the mayor's appointees to the Charter Revision Commission in 2019, whether or not they supported requiring advice and consent of the Corporation Council. And the answer was, I don't know. The answer is yes, they did. So I want to make that perfectly clear. It wasn't a loaded question at all, but the answer was yes. In 2019, the mayor's appointees to the Charter Revision Commission supported requiring advice and consent of the Corporation Council. Thank you, Councilmember Powers, and Council, I go back to you for questions.
Next up is Councilmember Riley, followed by Councilmember Miller.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair Adams, and I appreciate the administration for coming today and giving this presentation. I share the same sentiments as the majority of my colleagues with stating that an independent overseer will do much better with transparency. But I want to go back to Ms. Davis to talk about the reform. I didn't hear anything about the peaceful protesting reform that the mayor's office and NYPD should be implementing. As we saw last June up till now, there has been suppression where peaceful protesters have been violently harassed by NYPD while peacefully protesting social injustice. So I just want to talk to the reform, or is there a plan to address that huge issue? Because as we're seeing, I'm pretty sure after this budget and a lot of these legislations will be passed, we will be seeing a lot more protests. And so is there any reform to address this concern moving forward?
Absolutely, and we very much appreciate the reports from both DOI and the law department on policing protests, and fully plan to implement all 20 recommendations from DOI and 10 recommendations from the law department. And that includes the recommendation to consolidate oversight, which, as we've discussed, is the biggest structural change to police oversight since CCRB was founded. And we think that will have the implementation of all those 30 recommendations will have a really big impact.
Okay. My next question is the crime prevention programs within each police district. Can you just elaborate more on how NYPD plans on partnering with these crime prevention programs to eliminate or de-escalate gun violence within our communities?
Sure, I'm going to ask Marcos to take that question about, I think you're asking about the crisis management system.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. your question. So first I want to say is, as you know, the administration has been completely committed to the expansion of CMS. This is not just a expansion of program, this is expansion of philosophy in which we believe that the responsibility of public safety doesn't fall just in the hands of the police department, certainly falls in the hands of the citizens, particularly through this network of violence interrupters. So our idea is to continue that expansion. The mayor announced that during his address to the city this year. We are going to continue to bring additional resources to double the workforce of people dedicated to gun violence. Part of that is obviously to establish new patterns of collaboration with the police department, specifically focus on the joint force to end gun violence in the city of New York. And we are starting to implement that program. We're starting to work with the police department, with many city agencies, with the DAs, etc., in order to make sure that we can accommodate and bring all those community partners into a very comprehensive plan citywide.
Thank you. And last but not least, I would like to extend my condolences to Ms. Rivera. What she's went through is very painful, and for her to even come here today and to give this testimony is very admirable. And I just want to inquire, how can we make sure that this does not happen again? I believe what she went through was very painful, and what she wants is answers. And how can we make sure, and how does the NYPD make sure that these issues won't be happening again, especially with a person who has been called to a residency for domestic violence on countless occasions? How can we make sure that this does not happen again moving forward?
I really want to thank you for that question. I think absolutely, that case highlights the way that we need to think about members of service being held to a higher standard. And that through this reform process, we need to fundamentally rethink what makes a good police officer, what the expectations for that role are, and how we create accountability on individual levels and systemic levels to respond to incidents like that and prevent anything like that from happening in the future. We talk about the disciplinary matrix as a living document. One of the reasons is because we can't foresee every incident that can happen. And so we need to make sure that we can go back and make changes as transparently as possible. The mayor also announced, as part of the Dinkins plan, the Patrol Guide Review Committee, which will make sure that incidents that might have been okay according to current policy and procedure, that we can highlight them when the policy and procedure is actually the thing that needs to change to prevent it happening in the future.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Riley. We'll now turn to Councilmember Miller.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for missing the testimony, and which is pivotal to any contributions that I could make, but some of the things that we've discussed internally over the past year as relates to police reform that stands out. In particular, the police commissioner being the final arbiter of discipline within the department. Would the administration agrees that the police commissioner is responsible for upholding the integrity of the department?
I do think it's essential that the police commissioner be held accountable and
no, is it responsible for upholding the integrity of the department? And I would add the image and integrity of the department. Would you say that was a role of responsibility of and a task of the police commissioner?
I certainly agree with that. I also
and if that is the task and role of the police commissioner, would that be compromised by him implementing discipline to his subordinates in any shape, form, or fashion? Would that in sometimes highlight the things that may compromise the integrity of the police department. And by doing so, would it not be in the best interest to have an independent arbiter to make those decisions?
Sorry, I don't think I don't think that the best way to make the decision is external to the department. I think we have to be sure that consistency and transparency and fair penalties are happen throughout the entire discipline process.
I get that, but that wasn't the question that I asked. I said, did that potentially undermine the integrity of the process by having someone engaged, or someone who was charged with maintaining the integrity and the image of the department being the sole arbiter?
I'm not sure.
So that was the question, and you could mold that and answer it. But the second part would be, because you mentioned collective bargaining. And in my experience, the independent arbiters were selected by during contract negotiations between the union and management, that they collectively decided on an independent arbiter based on experiences in a particular industry and other dynamics that would be related that folks thought that might make him not just him or her not just qualified arbiter, but one that would be fair and for both parties. Could you expound on what would be different from that from a labor perspective that would not be permissible, because it was kind of eluded that collective bargaining would not allow for this and some of the other intros that we're discussing today to happen? Is there a reason why it cannot be done? Because you intimated that because of collective bargaining was impossible. I would submit the exact opposite, that it is a process of terms and conditions of employment. In my experience as a president and a business agent, we selected along with management as part of the collective bargaining process an independent arbiter. What would be different, and why of all the industries, of all the agencies, of all the professions, would this be different?
Sure. I'm going to ask the police department to speak to this question because of their expertise over their collective bargaining process.
Yeah, so council member, if I may, I think the issue is, and I answered it in response to, I think it was Councilmember Levin's question, that ultimately the goal is to create a process, right, that is transparent, that has stakeholders both within the department that have significant expertise in policing and could evaluate a police officer's actions through that lens. But equally as important is the external stakeholders that can review the case independently and that could offer their insight and their recommendations, give them to the police commissioner, who ultimately is in control of the agency. Just like
with all due respect, that hasn't happened in the past.
Excuse me?
In all due respect, that hasn't happened in the past. None of the majority of the recommendations around discipline from CCRB and others have not been consistent with discipline that had ultimately been dispensed by the police commissioner.
Well, I think, council member, we're in a different place now, right? And I think we could all agree on that. You know, we had, and
this is a process that works for other folks. The question is, why wouldn't it work for the police department? And there are other police agencies that certainly, law enforcement agencies that use independent arbiters. In fact, the NYPD is an anomaly, even in this region, in doing so in this manner.
Well, you were asking for our opinion on this move, removing the police.
What makes us so different from other municipalities, other law enforcement agencies, even within this own municipality?
Sir, I think If I may, I think a lot of the jurisdictions around the state and around the country that use an independent arbiter that are selected by a combination of, as you said, union and management have come under heavy criticism because those arbitrators predominantly side with the officer and impose substantially less or no discipline than what is reflected by the will of the community and the
Could you
work
be
that is done by
specific?
the Matrix.
Could you be specific? Because that's the same situation that we're seeing now with the police commissioner being the final arbiter. That's kind of arbitrary to throw out there to say that Rochester or Buffalo or Connecticut or somewhere. Like, could you be specific and
just
saying that is happening industry wide?
Just to answer your point, I know the example that you're using is this is what's been done. And I think that discounts what's being done now, right? So
but it hadn't worked. It hadn't worked up to that.
We don't know it hasn't worked.
Why do we keep doing the same thing and expecting different results?
We're not, council member, we're not doing the same thing. And you can't say it hasn't worked because what we're doing now is one.
It has not worked. We could absolutely say it has not worked.
Council member, I think you passed a legislation, you voted on the legislation. Councilmember Richards at the time introduced the legislation after speaking to an independent blue ribbon panel that reviewed our discipline process and suggested that we have presumptive penalty guidelines. So we did that. We worked on it. It just was finalized. It just came online less than a month ago. So it's not fair to say that we're doing the same old thing and that's failing. I think the fair way to look at it is that we all agreed at the council's behest that we create presumptive penalty guidelines. We created them. They were not easy to create, but we did. We looked at best practices from around the nation and we created our own. We left it open for public comment. We struck an MOU with CCRB, which is an independent body, to stick with those guidelines. Let's see if it works. I mean, it was your legislation. It was our work together.
So essentially that's your answer, right? Essentially, that's your answer, because that's a much better answer than what we were doing in the past works. Because clearly, what we were doing in the past did not work. Clearly, the police commissioner having the authority as an independent arbiter was not oftentimes consistent with that represented by CCRB and others, and that also there was not the existing transparency that we're talking about now. I again just submit that to dismiss what everybody else is doing or other law enforcement or other municipal and governmental agencies are doing in terms of discipline and collective bargaining, that it has to be exclusively different when it comes to NYPD. I dismiss that, but I also would say that if there is a mechanism in place that was agreed to, that, you know, that perhaps it can be given a chance. But I would submit that there has to be a change, and hopefully between now and whatever happens and any cases that subsequently come before the commission, I hope that they are consistent with legislation that is currently being practiced. So my time is up. I want to thank you for that, and I do want to take a deeper dive into the entire package and hear from you guys. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Miller. Go ahead, Chelsea.
No, I just want to thank you for those comments, and we do think that the best next steps here are to move forward with implementation of the matrix and the MOU with full transparency, and that, just to reiterate, you know, how thoughtful we have to be about any changes over final authority, considering some of the potential unintended consequences. So appreciate those questions.
Thank you. And you know, I just want to jump in here because a comment just jumped out at me, and it has to do with the perception of things being seen through the lens of a police officer. And it would seem to me that we would learn some lessons, particularly to my colleague, Councilmember Riley's point, that the actions of the BLM protesters over the summer should make us think an entirely different way as far as any perceptions are concerned, Why should offenses against the members of the public be viewed through the lens of enforcement instead of through the lens of a civilian?
I think it should be viewed through all lenses. I mean, a review of a police officer's actions or the allegation of improper actions should be viewed in its totality. That's due process, that's fairness. There's no way to have a fair process. You know, it's very much about having the public trust the discipline process and trust police officers and have faith in how the discipline process works. But it's also important, equally as important, I would say, to have officers coming on the job considering a career in law enforcement, that they have faith in the process as well, that they don't think that it's skewed against them in some way. So looking at it through an officer's perspective, I think is part of the comprehensive investigation into an allegation of impropriety. It's certainly not a shouldn't be given disproportionate weight, but it certainly should be looked at. I think fairness would call for that.
I would agree, but you know, if the commissioner is the final decision maker, you said yourself, he's going to look at it as a law enforcement officer, and that has clearly been an issue, correct?
Well, I think before it gets to the police commissioner, there are multiple layers within the department when the recommendations for discipline come over from an outside entity like CCRB, where before it gets to the police commissioner, it's reviewed by the first deputy commissioner, who's overall in charge of training in our discipline process. And there's agreement that has to happen there. And there's an independent review before it gets to the commissioner. So when I'm saying having somebody taking a look at, you know, through the lens of law enforcement, it's being done as part of the comprehensive process. But ultimately, it lands on the lap of the agency head, whether the police commissioner that's in charge of the personnel that fall under his or her agency has to be in charge ultimately of those personnel.
So, Madam Chair, I'd like to add to that when you're thinking about that perspective. And we relate, and I want to relate it back to all the mishaps where we went wrong at with the protests this past summer. So once those protests had occurred and things kind of calmed down somewhat, and even when we went and missed it, because I'm managing protests every week, you know, yesterday, the day before yesterday. With that being said, the police department as a whole sat down without any independent anyone saying this is what you need to do. And we sat down as a whole at the table, took a look back at what could we have done better, where did we go wrong at, and out of that came the retraining of several thousand members of the service, because we realized they just weren't as trained in disorder control as they should have been. They were making independent decisions. They were making decisions based on if they responded to a different type of event and someone threw a bottle, oh, that's attempted assault on me, my reaction is to arrest them. So since then, this training is ongoing. We have mock drills every week. We put a chief in place of operations, where we had a deputy chief that held that position a long time ago, not just a chief, someone I know personally, a very experienced chief, you know, to oversee the response in SRG, as well as the officers, and ensuring that they have the proper training, the proper message goes out. I have weekly calls to address demonstration protests every week. I have an inspector that's overseeing that, but I'm personally involved. We have community affairs at the helm now. So without officially having the DOI report implemented into the reform reinvention, it's been implemented, because I ensure that we have a strong community affairs presence out there. We know what we're dealing with. We know the bad actors now, whereas before we were met with this vast amount of people, and, you know, it was complete chaos. And, you know, since then, you can see the progress. There's less arrests made. I mean, the other night, unfortunately, we had a reporter assaulted, and there were a few arrests made behind that. But, you know, now you see the difference. The demonstration last night, uneventful. People went from Manhattan to the Bronx, and then they went home. And I really think that comes from the retraining, the advice that we've gotten from, the reports, feedback from the community, especially during a lot of these listening sessions that's been being held at different forums related to reform and reinvention, and also especially the retraining of the officers and the supervisory oversight that's out there. So I truly believe that moving forward, it can only get better because structure and systems are in place. I just think it needed that structure regarding demonstrations and protests, which we deal with all the time, but never something of that magnitude. And the young job that it is, ensuring that 4 hours of training in disorder control was not enough. And that's what they were receiving in the police academy. So that has since changed. And I think you'll feel and see the change with that.
And if I may add a little bit about the disciplinary matrix, we did put it out for public comment and we did work with CCRB. So the civilian view of discipline is baked into the guidelines that we now have to use going forward, right? So that has helped the PC, helped this department figure out what is appropriate penalties for a wide variety of misconduct. And we made some changes to our discipline matrix based on that feedback. And as Chelsea said, it's a living document. We'll continue getting feedback and updating it and making it as strong as possible.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to council. I believe that my colleagues have more questions. Thank you.
Yes, we have Councilmember Deutsch, and then I believe we're on the second rounds. Councilmember Deutsch.
Time starts now.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Almost afternoon. But first, I want to speak about the residency issue that was brought up with the resolution. So firstly, I heard from the NYPD that they're looking into possibly making a change. I think that's what I understood of looking to see if the officers should live in New York City. Just not too long ago, we had a majority of New York City council members asking for fair market pay for officers. So I disagree with the fact that officers that live in New York City should only be allowed to be a New York City officer, because we all know that the cost of living for an officer with a very low starting salary compared to other states is not feasible for that individual who protects us 24/7. And when you have an officer who becomes a cop and is a resident of New York City and then gets married and has a family, it's probably almost impossible for that officer to live in New York City with the cost of living. And to prove it, that majority of the city council did ask for fair market pay. And if we get that fair market pay, then it's a discussion to talk about, because no one should have to struggle how the next meal will be put on the table. So I just wanted to bring that point up. Secondly, I just wanted to mention that, we're talking about now how to take away the discretion from the police commissioner, give it to an independent agency and oversight. Well, while I agree that if we're going to, I have many issues, and as well as my colleagues have issues in the district where I have traffic intersections that kill people literally every single week, every single month. And when I reach out to the Department of Transportation and they don't make those intersections safe, right? I wish that there was an independent agency that has oversight on that commissioner. When I'm trying to stop a congregant homeless shelter in my district because there's not enough mental health services for the people, the homeless community living there, where we have just seen a person who was homeless with a mental health issue stab people on our trains. I wish that there was oversight on the commissioner of HRA, of DHS, who will be an independent person or agency to have oversight on that commissioner. But let's not single out one agency, because we have many issues with all the agencies where people's lives depend on it. So if we're going to do something, let's do it to every single agency across the board. Let's not single out one agency where we're taking away that power from that commissioner. I, as a council member, I have oversight of my office. My colleagues have oversight in their offices. So why is the NYPD different than anyone else? But while I agree that maybe we should have an independent agency to have oversight, let's do this across the board, not just single out the NYPD. And that's where I disagree. And another thing I wanted to mention is that we have passed police reform bills over the last 6 years, and I served in the Public Safety Committee. Now, I respect my colleagues, I respect the work that they do, but what I disagree with is that we have bills that we have passed in the City Council where we have regressed. For example, the Diaphragm bill, we have regressed where we're tying officers' hands from doing their jobs. I gave up my car to take a train 2 years ago. I am terrified now to take a train. I am terrified to take a train. So before we go into other police reform bills and keeping all those previous bills that we have put in place, right? We shouldn't work by piecemeal. We shouldn't say, okay, we're gonna put 2 bills today. Okay, they don't work. Let's put another 2 bills in tomorrow or next month. Let's put another 2 bills in. We constantly pass police reform bills and we see that New Yorkers are not happy. They are not happy. They don't feel safe. So before we continue with more police reform bills and holding the NYPD or other agencies accountable, let's repeal some of those bills. Let's repeal the Diaphragm bill, which is not working. To many police reform individuals across the, they came out. Kevin McCall came out against the Diaphragm. I need another 2 minutes. And I think that before we continue and before we hold the NYPD and single them out and hold them accountable, let's look at the full picture because we as elected officials, we owe it to New Yorkers. And finally, I want to make one more point. My colleague, Councilmember Riley, mentioned about the peaceful protesters. And I agree. When peaceful protesters go out in the streets, and I have joined them, that we need to have oversight, we need to have police reform, we need to have training, we need to have sensitivity training. Everyone needs to be held accountable when there are peaceful protesters out on the streets. Why aren't my colleagues speaking about the non-peaceful protesters, such as what we had this past Friday night? And if we're going to hold the NYPD accountable, let's hold ourselves accountable on the non-peaceful protesters. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to go back to Councilmember Levin, and I'll just ask any other council members who would like to come back for a second round to please use the Zoom raise hand function. Councilmember Levin.
Time starts
Thank
now.
you very much. Thank you very much. And so my first question, I'm going to pivot to the intro that I've introduced around qualified immunity, because I know this was discussed before, but I wasn't part of that discussion. So I want to read into the record Code Section 1983, which is civil action for deprivation of rights. This is from 1871, post-Civil War, 3 years after the passage of the 14th Amendment. Every person who, under color of any statute, ordinance, regulation, custom, or usage of any state or territory or the District of Columbia subjects or causes to be subjected any citizen of the United States or other person within the jurisdiction thereof to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured by the Constitution and laws shall be liable to the person injured in an action at law, suit, in equity, or other proper proceeding for redress, except that in any action brought against a judicial officer for an act or omission taken of such officer's judicial capacity, injunctive relief shall be granted unless a declaratory decree was violated or declaratory relief was unavailable. For the purposes of this section, any act of Congress applicable exclusively to the District of Columbia shall be considered to be a statute of the District of Columbia. That's the relevant statute. That is the statute, the federal statute from 1871, governing the deprivation of anybody in the United States, by anybody in the United States,
the deprivation of their constitutional rights, their Fourth Amendment rights. So I want to ask, I'll give an example. I'll give an example from the police protest earlier this year, and I'll leave it as a hypothetical, because I imagine you don't want to comment on specific cases. A hypothetical where we have on video a police officer unprovoked pushing a unarmed protester who is not threatening that officer. We see it clearly in the video, pushing them to the ground or punching them in the head. Is that officer entitled to qualified immunity in your opinion?
So, sir, thank you for that question. And you're right, we will decline to comment on pending investigations or pending litigation, but I can say unequivocally that a police officer who violates the NYPD's patrol guide is not entitled to representation or indemnification by the city of New York under state law, regardless of what defenses may be asserted in federal court. So that's the first point. The first point is that that person.
Okay. So wait. Let's wait. Just because I want that to be. Let's suss that out a little bit. So you said so they're not entitled to defense by the city, so they have to hire their own defense attorney, and they're not entitled to indemnification. Are they entitled to qualified immunity under federal statute, right?
So again, you're
no, I'm sorry, not under federal statute, excuse me, under the qualified immunity doctrine, judicial doctrine of qualified immunity.
So qualified immunity would only apply in the Second Circuit if there were no disputed issues of fact. So in the first instance, if the plaintiff in that case said, this happened to me, and the officer said, no, it didn't, the qualified immunity defense is inapplicable in the Second Circuit. So assuming under your hypothetical that the incident is captured on video so that there is no dispute of fact, the court would then look at two things. One, whether the Second Circuit or Supreme Court of the United States Supreme Court or the New York State Court of Appeals has clearly established that an unprovoked physical assault violates the Fourth Amendment. If that
okay, wait. Excuse me. Let's just halt it right there. That the criticism of qualified immunity is that is a very narrow band, and in fact, as it's been interpreted by the courts, it has to be an exact replication, and that's what they find as clearly defined fact pattern. Is that it's not just an unprovoked assault. It has to be a clearly established precedent. And what we find is that the precedent never gets established. The precedent never gets established because it's always reliant on another precedent. So that's under the 1983 Supreme Court decision, which is the problem with qualified immunity to begin with, which is the reason why around the country, Republicans and Democrats have taken issue with the doctrine of qualified immunity. It is because this is not some crazy left-wing way to kind of punish cops. I'm going to read you a quote. This is a quote. And I will say, I agree with this quote. This quote, I don't want the cops to lose their house, but I do want people to have to think twice. That's when change will happen, is when people feel the sting of bad policy. One thing I can tell you, if you're subject to being sued, you act differently than if you're not. Let's take a look at it. It being qualified immunity doctrine statutorily. That quote is from South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham last year.
Yes, sir, you're identifying a federal problem that requires a federal solution, and your bill not only does not solve for that problem, but it creates a new series of problems that directly impacts public safety. So I do want to speak specifically to some
Excuse me, but you just acknowledged a federal problem.
Councilmember,
problem. I'm sorry.
We're in New York City. First of all, listen, we need to be able to answer these questions because I think your colleagues will benefit from actually understanding our side.
Excuse me. What I'm saying is I'm interjecting because I'm trying to suss out.
I know, but you're sussing out and interrupting our ability.
I'm sussing out. These terms need to be defined.
Can you please let us finish our answer and you can follow up and suss out as much as you would like to suss out, okay?
Okay.
But we need to be able to answer these questions and without being interrupted. That's the point. So
okay, then do me a favor and don't repeat the same answer 15 times like the last round of questions.
We're not repeating the same answer 15 times. We're making points that clearly weren't visited in drafting this legislation. We certainly weren't consulted or asked for input. This certainly was not an inclusive process before this bill was introduced, yet you've introduced this bill, okay? You've acknowledged that the city is having a homicide spike, is having a shooting spike, and this bill directly impacts the homicide and shooting rate in this city, because what you are doing in this bill, based on the way this bill is drafted, is penalizing police officers for acting lawfully and penalizing every other police officer at the scene for not intervening when their colleague is acting lawfully. That's what this bill does. Now, if you want to talk about the problems in the federal statute,
it's not penalizing.
But
there's
we will not change federal law based on this conversation.
There's no problems in the federal statute. There's no problems in the federal statute. Qualified immunity is not statutory. Qualified immunity is a judicial doctrine interpreting the federal statute that goes back 130 years.
So is
50 years.
absolute prosecutorial immunity is the same way, and I appreciate your concern, sir. I know a lot of it is driven and makes reference to the Cato Institute piece and the quotes from Justice Scalia and Justice Thomas. I think, going back to revisit the emergence of the doctrine of qualified immunity and the judicial history, as you put it, behind that doctrine is important, and again, part of a broader conversation about federal law. But I will say again, in the Second Circuit does not take the approach to clearly established standard that you are decrying that exists in some of the other circuits. You could look at that Reuters analysis. The Second Circuit has dismissed fewer than 25 cases, excessive force cases, on qualified immunity grounds in over 15 years. So we do have an emerging body of, excuse me, sir.
How many have they rejected?
We do have an emerging and growing body of case law in the Second Circuit that clearly establishes for our officers boundaries that we use to inform policy and training. We look very closely at federal civil rights litigation in this jurisdiction to ensure that our officers have the best policy and the best training, and that we are informed by those litigations. They are not stunted in New York City by the qualified immunity defense.
Excuse me, let me interject that that's not taking into account cases that are not brought because of qualified immunity as a deterrence to bringing suit. So you're just citing the number of cases where qualified immunity is granted, but not the cases that are never brought in federal court because an attorney, a plaintiff's attorney, says, listen, you can't bring suit due to qualified immunity. How many cases was qualified immunity rejected as a defense in the Second Circuit?
Probably thousands. I can't give you an exact number, but qualified immunity must
considered invoked and rejected by the courts.
Qualified immunity cannot
I'm going to interrupt because I'm going to ask you to wrap, Councilmember Levin, so we can get our other colleague in here. So I'm just going to ask you to wrap.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. This is where you're saying that thousands of times in the Second Circuit that officers have sought to invoke qualified immunity as
this is an immunity defense. This means that it's not a defense against this is a way to be to be immune from suit. You're saying that there have been thousands of instances where they've brought up that defense and the federal courts have rejected that defense explicitly. Is that right?
First of all, I want to point out that 74.4% of lawsuits brought against members of the NYPD resolved via settlement. So it's a false
settlement
to assume that the majority are litigated to this issue of qualified immunity.
Settlement is a different question. Settlement is there are plenty of cases that the city settles because they don't want to deal with a public fallout, or they don't want to deal with prolonged litigation. So let's take settlements and put them aside. Cases where I'm asking about cases in the Second Circuit where it's invoked and rejected.
So I'd like to answer that question. So qualified immunity is an affirmative defense that must be pleaded and proved by police officers. The answer to your question is yes, qualified immunity is pleaded as an affirmative defense in probably the majority of the 1,800 or so complaints filed against the police and our officers per year. And in the great majority of those cases proceed through discovery and oftentimes trial before the question of qualified immunity is adjudicated. And I am not aware of really any case where I'm sorry, I'm confused by your question. Are you assuming that the officers are not raising qualified immunity, or you're assuming that it's always successful?
I'm asking you, if they raise qualified immunity, how many instances you cited the number of instances in which qualified immunity is accepted as a defense.
Yes.
But you did not cite the number of times when qualified immunity is invoked by the officer as a defendant, and that defense is then rejected by the courts.
So I would say myriad, probably hundreds of times a year. And again, that's a good faith guesstimate. Go back to Bradley versus the City of New York is the Second Circuit case that says that if the plaintiff and the defendant disagree on the facts, qualified immunity doesn't apply, which is a primary reason in the Second Circuit why qualified immunity is rarely granted.
So I was just looking at the case from Binghamton.
I gotta finish here. Qualified immunity also does not protect the city from liability, which means claims against the city can continue to be litigated even if the officer is entitled to qualified immunity. And qualified immunity also does not apply to state court. So to the point where you're saying it's a deterrent from people seeking redress because of this doctrine of qualified immunity, people bring claims in state court and receive full redress in
negligence claims. Negligence claims. I was reading last night the Binghamton case.
False imprisonment, assault, and wrongful death can be brought and are brought in state court with great frequency against this agency and our employees. And people receive full and fair just compensation in those cases. So it's
from the city, but the officers themselves are immune from any liability.
Sir, that's not only false, but it fails to take into account the interplay with indemnification. If officers violate department policy or the law, they are not entitled to indemnification under the state's general municipal law 50K. So immunity does not bear on whether or not the officer pays out of pocket. They're two completely different issues. The officer pays out of pocket for his or her own defense, settlement, and judgment if they violate department policy or the law under today's standard. That is what happens. Whether or not their own attorney raises a qualified immunity defense in federal court does not bear upon whether or not that person is financially liable for the cost, at least of their own defense, if not for the judgment. And I'm happy to go deeper on these issues at any time. It's incredibly complex, the intersection between federal and state law. But I just want to again point out, to the extent that there are issues, 2009, Pearson versus Callahan sequencing, we could go all the way through that, but they are not resolved by your bill.
Let me ask you a question, and a last final question. So you read through the Cato Institute paper on qualified immunity. What is your response to the assertions in that paper?
Well,
are they invalid?
I think there are lots of assertions in the Cato Institute paper that are valid, but what it doesn't do is it doesn't cite to a single Second Circuit case, let alone a case involving the NYPD. It does not advocate for strict liability with no available affirmative defenses for law enforcement officers. It doesn't argue against indemnification as a matter of policy. It doesn't consider outcomes in state courts like in New York where parallel claims are readily available. And it does not posit that municipalities can or should step in instead of Congress to pass new laws that replace Section 1983. Nor does it argue that state courts are at all equipped to grow the body of federal constitutional law that came to an abrupt halt following the decision in Pearson versus Callahan. So if we're sitting in Congress right now having a conversation about Section 1983, we could go through what the Cato Institute's fault is taking from Pearson versus Ray and its progeny that followed. But it's simply, it's not a city council issue, and it's not something that your bill addresses.
It's not a city council issue because why? Because we don't have jurisdiction?
Over 28 USC 1983 in federal court, correct.
We don't have the jurisdiction to create a city-based civil law that is based on a civil rights law that is verbatim the Fourth Amendment to the US Constitution? We don't have the authority to do that?
I'm not saying that you don't have authority to create yet another parallel cause of action in state court. What I'm saying is that it's unnecessary and that the way that you've drafted the bill has unintended consequences that are at odds with what the Cato Institute is recommending and are grossly at odds with what the state of Colorado did to address the issues in their jurisdiction.
Okay, but you don't dispute that we have the authority, the jurisdiction to create a state civil rights law or cause of action in state court that because if we were you've acknowledged I let you speak. I want to just get this out that you acknowledged prior in the record that there is a problem, quote unquote problem, existing in federal law right now in the federal court's doctrine of qualified immunity. That is a problem. I'm quoting you verbatim. You said, excuse me, you said problem.
In other
and excuse me, let me finish. That is a problem, and it is a problem, for Congress to fix, essentially is what you're saying.
And in other jurisdictions that are impacted by the problem that I described in circuits that are not ours, yes.
But we don't have a problem here, is what you're saying. Is that what you're saying? We don't have a problem? There's no problem to solve here?
But I mean, I don't understand the question.
You're saying there's a problem federally. You're saying that there's a problem federally, but there's not a problem, but that problem doesn't exist in the Second Circuit, is what you're saying.
And in the state of New York, because here plaintiffs can receive full, fair, and just compensation when they suffer harm, and our cops are not protected from paying out of pocket by the state's indemnification law. So yes, the problem that exists in other jurisdictions that the federal legislature needs to solve does not exist in New York State and in the Second Circuit, because our combination of state and federal laws and practices under General Municipal Law 50K and 28 USC 1983 as applied by the Second Circuit do not create barriers for plaintiffs to receive just compensation and do not allow police officers to be to get away without paying when they violate police policy or law. So yes, I'm saying
excuse me, that's a good place to start this conversation. That you believe that there is no problem in the Second Circuit and in New York State courts around qualified immunity. So let's leave it there. You believe that there's not a problem, and we can have that discussion about whether there is a problem, there's not a problem in New York City when it comes to qualified immunity. We'll leave it there.
Final question. Yes, final question.
Councilmember, before, I just want to, I'm not going to subscribe to that characterization at the end there. I think Executive Director Dates made a very compelling case. We're going to make ourselves available to all council members that are entertaining this legislation. It's fatally flawed, it's completely unfair, and it will endanger New Yorkers as written.
I also just want to clarify, especially for many that don't have obviously the breadth of expertise on this issue that Liz has, that We absolutely do think there should be liability for reasonable action. What we're trying to avoid is having someone be punished for something that they couldn't have known was a problem. If someone's actions are illegal, there are state and federal remedies. Officers who engage in activity that violates procedure are not indemnified by the city, are liable in state and federal court. This bill would punish officers when following policy and procedures who couldn't have known that their actions were prohibited, and that's what we're concerned with today. So I know we're being asked to wrap up, and thank you for this dialogue, but I wanted to clarify those major concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. We'll now turn to Councilmember Yeager for questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First, I just, on the last exchange, I don't think that would reasonably believe that this statute mirrors Section 1983. And I think I'll illustrate that with the following. I'm going to read from Section 8-804 of this introduction. It is also not a defense to liability pursuant to this chapter that the covered individual was acting in good faith or reasonably or otherwise, that the conduct of such individual was lawful at the time it was committed. And subsection 3 of that is that the state of law was otherwise such that the covered individual could not reasonably have been expected to know whether the conduct of such covered individual was lawful. So with that background, and Section 1983 is very clear that it comes into play when the Constitution and the jurisprudence of the Fifth Amendment, Fourth Amendment constitutional protections are violated. So with that in play, I'd like to ask NYPD and the mayor's office the following hypothetical. A Parks Department employee is on the bucket of his truck pruning a tree, and halfway through cutting the branch, picks up his cell phone to respond to a text from a family member, and the branch comes down and crashes on something or their property. Is there a law in this city that holds that Parks Department personally liable to the plaintiff in a lawsuit?
Sir, I'm not sure I can answer that question on behalf of the city's law department or the Parks Department. I simply don't know the answer to that. I do not believe that there's any law in the city that holds city employees personally liable without coverage by General Municipal Law 50K. That is my understanding.
Okay, I'm going to give you. With that, let me give you another scenario. 911 call comes through, and the caller says that they hear blood-curdling screams coming from a home. It sounds like somebody's being stabbed. 2 officers are dispatched. They show up at the door, and sure enough, they hear exactly that. They call for backup, and in the meantime, the screams keep on going. They knock on the door. They ring the bell. There's no answer. They look at each other, and they decide that they're going to go through the door to save a life. They walk in, and in the front room is Nightmare on Elm Street playing at full volume. And then they look around. Right in the corner is a guy sitting at a desk and counting out 400 envelopes of heroin. They arrest him for possession of drugs with intent to sell, and a judge decides, in Queens County criminal term, that the exigent circumstances exceptions to the Fourth Amendment didn't exist. So the evidence is out. So the defendant goes free. Under this statute, correct me if I'm wrong, the defendant now has a claim against the city of New York and up to a $25,000 claim against 2 officers individually.
Correct.
Are you reading of the law or not?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So now, having brought this down, and I know that, sometimes I go for the hyperbole to make the point, but how frequently in this city is evidence thrown out, not because it was unlawfully obtained, not because it was without warrant, but because a reasonable officer in the circumstances of these 2 officers, in the mind of the particular judge who was hearing the case at that point, on a close call, 50.1 to 49.9 lies in favor of the Constitution and says the search is out, the evidence is out, The stop is out. Therefore, with nothing else, the case is out. We all know that that actually happened, that the evidence was there on the table, that they saw the guy with a gun in his waistband, that the gun was in plain view on the passenger seat of the car during the stop for going through a red light. But the judge says, close call, the Constitution wins on a close call. On all of these cases, the officer is personally on the hook, notwithstanding, and again, reading from this proposed bill, that the individual was acting in good faith, believed that the conduct was lawful at the time it was committed, and that the state of law was such that the individual could not reasonably have been expected to know whether the conduct of such individual was lawful. And the city council is proposing a legislation that would ask officers to make that judgment call before they go into an apartment that they hear blood-curdling screams. They turn to each other and say, why is this our problem? When they stop a guy for going through a red light and they see the handgun, they say, you know what, you go. Why? It's not, is that worth our public safety in anyone's estimation? We're talking now about a scenario where it's very clear that crime is up in this city. It's very clear. We're coming through a weekend where a guy stabbed 4 people, murdered 2 of them, 17 days after he was in police custody for felony assault. I didn't put him back out on the street. The police didn't decide that he's going to go back out on the street. He was in police custody. If a judge had put him away for the public safety, 2 people would be alive today. 2 others would not have heinous injuries. We're asking cops to understand that we're going to pass a law in this council that is going to put them personally at risk, making a good judgment call that any one of us would want done if the possible victim was a member of our family. How much sense does this make? It's not a question, by the way. I understand the notion that we've gone through in the last couple of months here in this council and the national conversation as well about police and their relationships with communities. And it's a particular balancing act because obviously police are faced with enormous powers. They can stop somebody against their will. I see somebody doing something I don't like, I can't tell them to stop. I can tell them to stop. They don't have to listen to me. The police have the ability to take away somebody's freedom. In New York, the number of people, the number of entities or professions that have the ability to do that are limited to the police, a psychiatrist, and a judge. Nobody else can do that. Firefighter can't do that. Nobody else can do that. It's in that light, it makes sense for us to look at situations and scenarios where individually there's been a police officer who may have not acted properly individually. But this idea in New York City that we have 35,000 cops and the people need protection from the police, we have to really stop doing that. That's not true. It's not true. I'm a lifelong New Yorker. I lived in this city my entire life. I know, yes, Steve, you can laugh if you want. I know you're also a lifelong New Yorker. You're muted. I know. If we were in the chambers, we'd be going back and forth and enjoying it. The idea that the cops are our enemy and that the city's legislator, the city's legislature is perpetuating this as a falsehood to the public is so wrong, so unacceptable. We really need to do a little bit better. There are things we can do to make our communities have better relationships. The city council has done that. The city council did it in the last session by requiring the right to know law, by requiring that police officers identify themselves, hand over a business card. There are things this council has done that in some people's estimation made sense and some people's estimation didn't make sense. But on balance, we are getting to a better place than we had in the past. But this idea that the 35,000 members of New York City Police Department are the enemies of the people is such an outrage. And just because you don't use those words doesn't mean that's not what you're saying. And we're doing this in this council for the last couple of months. I'm not really sure that there's a good public policy reason to do it, but we are doing it. I don't really, beyond the question that I had for the city, I don't really have any more questions, but I've listened to this morning. I've listened to the debate on this, and I think that we can take a step back and really think about whether or not, for example, a right of private action against an individual cop who makes a good judgment call is really the best thing we can do to promote public safety in New York City. The question of whether or not the city council should have advice and consent on the police commissioner is a fair question. And we do have advice and consent on some commissioners. I would argue that this city council, this particular city council, this session of the council in which I am privileged to serve, ought not have that privilege. It doesn't mean that the council as an entity, as a body, as a legislature shouldn't have consent. But I would also suggest that there are a lot of commissioners in this city and their jobs are very important to a lot of places in the city. For example, the Department of Transportation, I'd like to have an opinion on who the commissioner ought to be. The schools chancellor, and I know that we can't legislate that in the city, but the schools chancellor is a very important job. And I don't think there's any member of this council that doesn't think we should have the right to opine on who the schools chancellor ought to be. The corrections commissioner, the fire commissioner, these are all very important jobs. And it's one department that we're making this proposal for, one department, police commissioner, as if somehow the police commissioner is the enemy of the people, but the 51 of us are going to stand up and protect the people from the police commissioner. It's disgusting. You're going to say that you didn't say that and it's okay. This is not targeted to any particular member. It's targeted to the conversation. And with that, Madam Chair, thank you for giving me the extra time. I appreciate it, and I yield back.
Thank you, Councilmember Baker. I see no other council member hands raised, so I'll turn it back to the chair for the final question. If any other council members do wish to ask any more questions, please use the Zoom hand raise function.
Sorry, I just wanted to say before that the hearing concludes that changing the culture of policing, defining the role of police, and creating trust and legitimacy with communities, really reconceptualizing safety to be more than just about law enforcement, but about community resources and working with communities to define public safety for themselves is really not a simple or a quick task. And so we deeply appreciate the partnership of the council in putting together this reform plan. And I want to thank you for having us here to talk about this today.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chelsea. I just had one more question for you before we dismiss. And it has to do with the plan itself, because it's been more than a month since we were here to talk about the plan. So my question is, have you reached out to any of the groups that testified last month?
We have been continuing engagement. We can follow up with the list of meetings that we've had. I know that we have spoken to some of the groups that have testified, so not all of them. We also are still, hoping to speak to people. If they reach out to us, we're always willing to meet. We have been working very diligently to write the report, and we're working, with you, council member in the speaker's office. We'll continue to do so over the next few weeks. We are very committed to this. The mayor is very committed to this, as evident by the report has already been announced. And the report will be coming out in the coming days. And we hope that the draft report, as well as the final report, will not be the end of our engagement with community members, including many that we heard from last month.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, the first panel. We've been on for a while, and really, I just wanted to say this because I think that it's important. This is the purpose of hearing. This is the purpose of legislative hearing. So the robust conversation and debate that goes on during hearings is necessary. It's necessary that we are transparent in our hearings. It's necessary that we allow all sides to get their sides known to the public so that we know there are no surprises. No one can say that we didn't hear this in the hearing Everybody has an opportunity to speak, and while we know that the public, your input is important, and we look forward to your testimony, our advocates, everyone, we look forward to your testimony. But the testimony between the agencies and the council is critical to getting information and debate, honest debate on the table when it comes to legislation of the City Council. So with that, I thank you, panel, for being here today. Thank you for your testimony this morning. And council, I will defer to you at this point.
Thank you, Chair. The next panelist to give testimony, and thank you to the administration. The next panelist will be another member of the administration, the Chair of the Civilian Complaint Review Board, Frederick Davey. Before we begin testimony, I will administer the oath.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I was just about to check in with you. If you may, please raise your right hand. I will read the oath and then call on you for a response. Do you swear to affirm do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may begin your testimony.
Thank you. And thank you all. Thank you, Chair Adams, and thanks to the rest of the council members for inviting me to testify today on behalf of the Civilian Complaint Review Board. I'm testifying in support of the resolution calling on New York State Legislature to pass legislation that gives CCRB final authority over discipline in CCRB cases. As stated in the resolution, allowing the CCRB to impose discipline in certain cases would be a concrete step in increasing accountability and public trust in the city's commitment to hold officers accountable when they commit misconduct. Over the past month, the CCRB has adopted the NYPD Matrix, signed an MOU with the NYPD, ensuring CCRB's access to officer employment history in substantiated cases, and committing the department to CCRB's recommendations except in extraordinary circumstances, adopted new rules allowing us to investigate cases of sexual misconduct and untruthful statements, and continued to fight for the release of all police disciplinary records after the repeal of 50A. City Hall and the mayor have encouraged these changes and others, including the mayor's announcement of the David Dinkins plan to expand and strengthen the CCRB. While all of these changes represent significant steps to improving transparency and greater accountability, I believe that granting the CCRB final authority to impose discipline in CCRB cases is a concrete change that can truly transform police accountability in New York City. Every investigation entails a thorough evaluation of the conduct in question, with the board ultimately scrutinizing the evidence to determine whether a member of the NYPD violated the law, the patrol guide, or both. However, New Yorkers continue to see examples of substantiated misconduct that ultimately resulted in little to no penalty from the NYPD. In an effort to change this dynamic, New Yorkers voted to change their charter and require the police commissioner to provide an explanation to the CCRB whenever the NYPD does not follow the board's disciplinary recommendations. Similarly, the newly adopted Matrix and MOU also include provisions requiring the police commissioner to provide an explanation when the NYPD does not follow the agency's recommendations. However, even these steps in the right direction, and even with these steps in the right direction, many people in this city, and I count myself among them, believe final authority for CCRB cases resting with the CCRB is the only sure way to restore and maintain the public's trust in this disciplinary process. I've made this point to the police commissioner, to the mayor, and I make it here again today. I believe the proposed resolution calling on the state legislature to grant the CCRB final disciplinary authority would be the culmination of the initial steps taken by these other reforms. Absent legislative changes in Albany, I believe the city has done the extent of what it can to solve the problems that contribute to the lack of concurrence between the CCRB's recommendations and the department's final decisions. The disciplinary matrix published in January and the memorandum of understanding Commissioner Shea and I signed on February 4th are steps the city was able to take on its own. and were the right, significant, and even breakthrough steps to improve the NYPD's concurrence with the CCRB's recommendations. However, until we address the issue of the police commissioner's broad discretion over discipline in impartial, independent civilian investigations, these issues will persist regardless of the composition of the board, the city council, the police department, or city hall. It is my concern that until the issue of final disciplinary authority is dealt with, any additional efforts to improve police-community relations through oversight will falter, and we cannot let that happen. I want to thank all of you for having me here today to discuss this important issue. I want to echo the language within the proposed resolution, that is, to those lawmakers in Albany who may be contemplating this change, the time to act is now. Complete the work begun by New York City's first and only Black mayor, a man I am proud to have worked for, the late Mayor David Dinkins, who created the Civilian Complaint Review Board as we know it. Complete that work, that is to provide the agency with binding disciplinary authority. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair Davey. And we do have a few questions from several council members, so please do remain unmuted for now. I'll turn it over to the chair.
Thank you, Council. Chair Davey, it's good to see you as always. Thank you for being here. I just had one question along the lines of what your testimony pretty much just stated. And I'll just say for the record, I am hopeful about the disciplinary matrix and MOU, although ultimately all doors still lead to final authority by the police commissioner. So I'm going to ask you this. In your tenure as chair of the CCRB, how often have you seen your decisions and the decisions of your body disregarded in lieu of the final decision by the police commissioner?
Well, if we focus just on the APU, and we can get you the Administrative Prosecution Unit, and we can get you the numbers on the more general cases, the less serious cases. But if we focus just on the APU, the latest data I saw suggested that for 2020, there was a 8% concurrence rate for APU cases. And then I think the average APU concurrence rate over all the years since the APU has been in existence since 2013 is about 40%.
Okay, that's what I had heard. I had heard the 40% as well. I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it back over to council to get questions from my colleagues. Thank you.
Councilmember Levin, followed by Councilmember Miller.
Starting time.
Thank you, Council. I just want to thank Chair Davey for being here and testifying today, and for establishing the prerogative of the CCRB in this process, and for speaking out publicly on this issue in a way that might not necessarily be comfortable for him, but it's necessary. And so I greatly appreciate his candor and his willingness to speak on this issue publicly in a way that moves this conversation forward. And so I just really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Miller.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I have a question, and that is, what is the total number of cases that go on to be recommended for discipline?
On average, I would say it's several thousand, but again, Councilmember, I'll have our staff get you those specific numbers right away.
Okay, and in those numbers, would it identify the varying levels of discipline and infractions that have occurred? And could you aggregate them accordingly?
Yes, we can provide that pretty quickly, I'm sure.
Wow, How many cases did CCRB hear last year?
That is a very good question. I'm gonna guess in the low thousands, but again, we'll get you that specific number.
Okay, and what your investigators and those within your purview there, what do those numbers look like? I'm trying to get at where the level of investigation, the man hours included, and then ultimately, you know, how could you just speak to what that investigative process and what the process looks like, determining to get you to the point to suggest after determining guilt, what the level of discipline should be?
Sure, it's a really involved process in that the agency gets a complaint. It is turned over to an investigator. Obviously, the investigator reaches out to the complainant. If the complainant is not the victim, the investigator will also reach out to the victim. The investigator will see if there are any witnesses, if there's any video or other evidence involved. As you know, the agency does have subpoena power, so it can subpoena evidence. Mm-hmm. All of that evidence is amassed. Victims are interviewed, officers involved are interviewed. Then the investigator writes up what we call a closing report. That's obviously in consultation with their supervisors and the legal team at the CCRB. And then that information is shared with a panel made up of the members of the board, who then make a decision based on the evidence that has been amassed and the recommendations that come from the investigators. And our task is either to substantiate, unsubstantiate, exonerate, or find unfounded within our jurisdiction the information that comes before us, assign a penalty to it, which would now be governed by the matrix that we've all talked about and that's now being used. And then those recommendations, both in terms of the disposition of the cases and the penalties that are attached to them, go over to the department for the department's review, and then the police commissioner's final decision.
Has there been any cases thus far that have met the criteria of the new matrix, and have you moved forward with those suggestions? And then further, in the interest of, oh, well, I do have a minute. And in the interest of time, is that the administration implied that that because of the police commissioner's experience, that that it uniquely qualified him to be the final arbiter of discipline, that within because of the nuances of the police department, that it required a specific expertise. Would you agree? And if you do you would you say that CCRB and those investigators have that level of expertise? And if you don't, why?
So I do believe that the CCRB has a level of expertise to have final disciplinary authority. I think that's made it even stronger by this matrix. Although, as we've all said, and as the department said, the matrix is a living document, and we'll have to pay attention to it and to see how it works, over time, and make whatever adjustments we need to make. It works as well as it possibly can. But I have great confidence in the ability of the CCRB to make good and sound decisions about recommended police discipline, particularly again using this matrix as it's been established, and actually, under the MOU that we've signed with the police commissioner and the department, there would be no changes in CCRB's recommendations going forward, except under extraordinary circumstances. And I don't think there's anything in the past year that any decision that's been overturned that the CCRB has made that would qualify as an extraordinary circumstance. So the conclusion there is that the decisions that the CCRB made were logical and reasonable and defensible, justifiable decisions as an oversight body. I think that that would be acknowledged under this new arrangement. And so why wouldn't the agency then have final authority on its cases?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Okay, I don't see any other council members that are using the hand raise function. Chair, I'm not sure if you have any more questions.
I don't. Thank you. All right, you meant that, Chair. I'm sorry, Chair Adams.
Just to Councilmember Miller's point, and this may help you out, Chair Davey, if there's anyone still here that heard Councilmember Miller's questions with regard to the statistics of the CCRB and can perhaps help with any of those numbers, if you can just state that now. If not, we will dismiss our chair for CCRB. So either Ms. Davis or any members of the NYPD, if you were listening to Councilmember Miller's questions, if you've got any response to when certain records would be released. Okay, I hear no response.
Hi, sorry, this is Chelsea. I am still here, and we can get back to you with the answers.
And I can tell you that in the staff and Chair Adams.
Yeah.
The CCRB received 3,875 complaints in our jurisdiction, in the agency's jurisdiction in 2020. That was down some because of COVID, and during regular years, there are between 4,500 and 5,000 cases within the CCRB.
Okay. Councilmember, I think you heard that. It's pretty much, as the chair said, a little over 3,000. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Davey and Committee Council. We'll move on to the next panel. Council, you're muted.
Thank you. We will now turn to public testimony. I'd like to remind everyone that, unlike our typical council hearings, we will be calling individuals one by one to testify. Each panelist will be given 3 minutes to speak. Please begin your testimony once the sergeant has started the timer. Council members who have questions for a particular panelist, you should use the Zoom hand raise function, and I will call on you in the order you raised your hand after the panelist has completed their testimony. For panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you and the Sergeant at Arms will set the timer, then give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. I will now read the names of the first few witnesses, and then I'll come back to the first. The first four will be Molly Griffard from Legal Aid, Scott Levy from Bronx Defenders, Sergio De La Pava, New York County Defender Services, and Alexander Fisher from Brooklyn Defender Services. Molly Griffard, Legal Aid.
Starting time.
Ms. Griffard, you may begin.
I apologize if I was just called. I had an issue with my headphones. Am I up?
Yes, you are. You may begin.
All right. So sorry about that. Thank you, Chair Adams and the Public Safety Committee and all other council members who have joined us today. My name is Molly Griffard. I'm a legal fellow with the Legal Aid Society's COP Accountability Project. We've submitted written testimony with our detailed positions and suggested amendments on each of the bills being considered today. And while we support some of the bills brought forth today, we must emphasize that these proposals do fall short of what is necessary to bring about the fundamental changes to policing that New Yorkers are demanding. Our Legal Aid Society clients come from some of the most over-policed and under-resourced communities in our city. Our clients regularly experience the worst of police misconduct, and I want to share one such example with you today. One summer night in 2018, Tomas Medina was listening to music with his friends in Washington Heights. Detective Fabio Nunez heard the music and approached. He quickly escalated the situation, putting Mr. Medina in a chokehold and tasing him 13 times. Almost 2 years ago, the CCRB investigated and substantiated the chokehold and taser abuse allegations against Nunez. However, the NYPD has yet to schedule a disciplinary trial or issue so much as a reprimand to Detective Nunez. Detective Nunez, in the meantime, has continued abusing civilians, accruing additional CCRB complaints, including yet another substantiated chokehold allegation. To the NYPD and de Blasio administration representatives here today, who have told us over and over again that we need to give the disciplinary matrix time to work. We'd like to see it. Show us that it works. Why are officers like Fabio Nunez, Wayne Isaacs, David Greco, and so many others notorious for abusing civilians still on the force? Schedule their trials. Follow through with terminating them. If they are going to claim additional reforms are not necessary, then show us that the system is fixed. Meanwhile, we welcome the council's efforts to increase police accountability. Something that Mr. Medina's case illustrates is sorely lacking. And this brings me to two very specific issues regarding the bills under consideration today that I'll highlight here, but otherwise our feedback is in our written testimony. First, on Councilmember Cumbo's resolution 1538 on NYPD discipline. We support the council calling upon Albany to take the necessary steps to remove the police commissioner's exclusive authority over police discipline. However, the council will be responsible for the next steps, and we encourage the council to consider options for moving not just final disciplinary determinations, but also adjudication to an independent non-NYPD agency. We cannot expect the NYPD disciplinary system to work when NYPD employees serve as judge and jury in all disciplinary trials, when they alone have the power to schedule trials. Thank you. May I wrap up? Thank you so much. And they alone have the power to schedule trials, and they serve as prosecutor in most cases, which also allows them to reach settlement agreements that aren't in keeping with the disciplinary matrix. Second, on Councilmember Levine's qualified immunity bill, the NYPD's pattern of racist and abusive policing is not limited to Fourth Amendment violations, and neither should this legislation. As currently drafted, the bill doesn't actually eliminate qualified immunity in important contexts like racial discrimination and assaults on protesters' rights. While this bill is clearly a step forward, we urge the council to expand the bill to truly eliminate qualified immunity for all civil rights violations. And thank you so much to the council for having us here today. I'm happy to take questions on our written testimony or testimony today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Grifford. Thank you.
Next up will be Scott Levy, followed by Sergio Della Pava.
Starting time.
Thank you. My name is Scott Levy, and I am Chief Policy Counsel at the Bronx Defenders. I want to echo the testimony of the Legal Aid Society and my fellow public defenders, and also just want to highlight how critical it is that we center the voices of impacted people in this conversation. I'm going to focus my testimony today on the legislation requiring comprehensive data collection on vehicle stops. Vehicle stops are some of the most common interactions New Yorkers have with the NYPD. And in 2020 alone, the NYPD issued over 500,000 moving violations. Many traffic stops don't end with a warning or a ticket though. Our clients are arrested, placed in handcuffs, their vehicles confiscated, and forced to come to court. Each stop creates the risk of family separation, job loss, housing instability, missed school, driver's license suspension, and police violence, such as in the tragic case of Allen Police. And every police interaction puts non-citizen New Yorkers at risk of negative immigration consequences and even deportation. The current data provided by the NYPD is inadequate and doesn't cover thousands of police contacts that don't result in a summons or arrest. It is critical that the city track all traffic stops, regardless of whether traffic summons is issued or an arrest is made. The data collected and analyzed by the Driven by Justice Coalition, where the Bronx Defenders is a leader and which led to the successful effort to pass state legislation ending the cruel and counterproductive practice of suspending driver's licenses for unpaid traffic debt, shows why a thorough accounting of traffic stops is so critical in the city. From 2015 to 2019, the Bronx Defenders represented close to 12,000 people charged with driving on a suspended license alone. Licenses suspended for traffic debt force people into an impossible decision: to miss work or lose a job, miss medical appointments in school, or disrupt family obligations, or risk arrest. The harms of these traffic stops, as with all things in the criminal legal system, fall overwhelmingly and disproportionately on communities of color. People of color are pulled over, ticketed, arrested, charged, and convicted at higher rates than their white counterparts. While 76% of drivers in New York City are white, 80% of people arrested for driving on a suspended license in New York City were Black or Latinx. In the city, the driver's license suspension rate in the zip codes with the highest concentration of people of color is 2.5 times higher than in the zip codes with the most concentrated white populations. The problem is particularly pronounced in the Bronx, where we practice, and which is home to many of the most severely impacted zip codes in the city. But we need to take a step back. The conversation today makes clear that the bills under consideration, while many of them are positive additions and important improvements, are insufficient to bring about the deep structural and transformative change that the NYPD truly needs. Data collection about traffic stops is important, but we need to dramatically reduce the footprint of policing and traffic stops and across the board, and make massive investments in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Sergio Della Pava, followed by Alexandra Fisher, followed by Jimmy Mager from Safe Horizon.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. I'm the legal director of New York County Defender Services, a public defender office in Manhattan. I want to thank you both for this hearing and for this opportunity to give the perspective of our client communities. We certainly welcome, and we'll give specific feedback on what's under consideration today in our written testimony, but I'd just rather take my oral opportunity here to speak about the general issues that are being brought up today. I think it's a welcome realization on our part that, we're starting to realize that policing in this country is broken. The number of people arrested, the number of people incarcerated, the amount of force, including deadly force, far outstrips what we see in other countries. And New York is no exception. Certainly we welcome the late coming reforms to New York that began, or at least are highlighted by the governor's executive order last year, by many of the things under consideration today, which we support. But there's also a sense, as somebody who's been on the ground for a quarter century in the criminal justice system of this city, that these are band-aids that aren't really going to address the overwhelming issue that New York finds itself in, which is the NYPD is a one-of-a-kind police department in this country. The NYPD's budget, for example, is about $5.5 billion a year. This is a budget that exceeds the state budget of 4 states in this country. New York NYPD is massive. It's 33,000 officers, about 18,000 other employees. They have great power. And I think a lot of what we're seeing today is what happens, a lot of the animosity that's being brought up, a lot of the opposition to these reforms is what happens when you challenge absolute power. And for the decades that I've been firsthand witness to it, that's what the NYPD has had, absolute power. I can tell you that I know there's a lot of discussion about public safety. You can't have public safety without the trust of the community. And in my experience in dealing with my clients, our office has probably dealt with 300,000 people charged with crimes in the city. The trust between the communities that are over-policed and the NYPD is negligible to zero. It really is. And when, from the perspective of a public defender, we are the adversary of the NYPD. We understand that. We are the ones who are charged with this sacred obligation to ensure that our clients' constitutional rights are not violated. And while we are, going up against this behemoth, we find our resources can't possibly compete with this entity in any way, in any meaningful way. So I ask you to remember as well and to start addressing. Thank you. I'll sum up real quickly. The special role that public defender offices play in our adversarial system and the need to properly fund them and give them the tools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Alexandra Fisher.
Time starts.
My name is Alexandra Fisher, and I am a senior trial attorney with the criminal defense practice at Brooklyn Defender Services. I want to thank the Committee on Public Safety and Chair Adams for holding this hearing today. And I want to thank you for allowing Ms. Rivera to speak first. Thank you, Ms. Rivera. BDS fully supports the pre-considered proposals, and we echo the positions of advocates calling for a fully independent investigation and disciplinary process. When the police are not held accountable, victims of police misconduct, primarily Black and Brown New Yorkers, suffer twice. First, from the police practices inflicted upon them, and then again through the city's failure to deliver any semblance of accountability to their abusers. As defenders, we see officers with long histories of civil rights abuses continue to police the same streets, harm the same community members, and bring new cases for the prosecution. We also see these harms compounded by retaliatory actions taken by officers against people who lodge complaints against them or their colleagues, discouraging future victims from coming forward at all. This behavior is enabled in part due to the complicity of the police commissioner, who can and regularly does reject and downgrade CCRB and internal recommendations for disciplining officers. One analysis of CCRB released data found that 260 instances between 2014 and 2018 alone, the commissioner overruled, downgraded, or dismissed cases where serious misconduct by police was substantiated by the CCRB and charges were recommended. In 2019, the rate of agreement between the CCRB and NYPD was 51% for most cases, but in more serious cases of alleged misconduct, it was less than 32%. Individual officers engage in and perpetuate racism, bias, physical abuse, and the use of hate speech with the knowledge that the department will not hold them accountable. With confidence, the legal system is designed to prioritize them above their victims. Police misconduct persists at both an institutional and individual level, from the very top of NYPD's hierarchy to the very bottom. The police will always refuse to police themselves, and there are currently few meaningful legal protections for victims of their abuse. It is also important to remember that the modern NYPD has been reformed many times to negligible results. Removing the police commissioner's final authority over NYPD discipline is one step towards accountability. However, CCRB complaints and the commissioner involvement is only a fraction of the bigger picture of NYPD abuse, misconduct, impunity, and only one part of NYPD's disciplinary process, when there even is one. We must not allow this issue to be framed as one of needing to discipline a few police officers in individual cases. The culture of abusive policing, antipathy towards policed communities, and unaccountability are pervasive within the NYPD. We commend the City Council for taking important steps to remove disciplinary authority from NYPD, which has continued to make a mockery of the accountability process. These reforms, however, must not be seen as a substitute for working to shrink the scope of policing, reduce NYPD budgets, and invest in proven community solutions. Thank you for the opportunity, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up will be Jimmy Mager, followed from Safe Horizon, followed by Michael Sisitsky from NYCLU, followed by Andrew Case from Latino Justice. And I'll just remind any council members to use the Zoom hand raise function if they have any questions.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony before the Committee on Public Safety. My name is Jimmy Marr. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I am Policy Director at Safe Horizon, the nation's largest nonprofit victim services organization. Safe Horizon offers a client-centered, trauma-informed response to 250,000 New Yorkers each year who have experienced violence or abuse. And we are increasingly using a lens of racial equity to guide our work with clients, with each other, and in developing the positions we hold. For more than 40 years, Safe Horizon has existed to support victims of violence and abuse. We have always been an organization that recognizes and helps survivors to heal from many types of violence. We have staff and programs in every borough, in every community across New York City, including, during normal times, at every police precinct, every family justice center, and every child advocacy center. Throughout our history, we have found value in partnering with law enforcement. Through those partnerships, we have worked with police officers and prosecutors to keep victims safe and hold those who cause harm accountable. We have advocated for policy and practice changes to make these systems more responsive to our clients, and we have prided ourselves on bringing greater respect, compassion, and self-determination to survivors involved in the criminal justice process through our client-centered approach to advocacy. Because of our partnership with the NYPD, Safe Horizon was able to engage and support more than 50,000 victims of crime last year alone. Yet the reality is that our law enforcement partners have also caused harm, and we have not done all we could to stop that harm or even name it for what it is: racism, systemic and sometimes individual racism. Black and brown people, especially men and transgender women, are far more likely to be killed by the police and to experience violence at the hands of police officers, and they face bias and inequity in every aspect of the criminal justice system. We didn't just learn this because of the murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and so many, too many other Black men and women. Our clients have been telling us about these realities for years. Too many of the victims and survivors we serve, and too many of our colleagues and loved ones have had encounters with police officers that were dehumanizing. We know that these experiences are a profound barrier to safety and healing. We hear, for example, from Black women experiencing domestic violence who agonize over whether to call the police because their experience tells them the response may include excessive force. We hear from Black and brown men and boys who will not turn to the police when they are in danger because in their experience this has not been a safe or viable option. Safe Horizon's mission is to provide support, prevent violence, and promote justice for victims of crime and abuse, their families, and communities. We believe that confronting and ultimately dismantling systemic racism is necessary to fulfilling our mission because systemic racism denies justice and is rooted in violence. We are grateful that the City Council has introduced this package of police reform bills. These bills are a promising start, and we agree with the spirit of this package of legislation. But the way we as a city operate must adapt and change to meet this moment. Our systems, the ones we rely on to respond to harm and violence, must fundamentally change and approach this work with nonviolence, compassion, and understanding rather than escalation and additional violence. Safe Horizon supports Reso 1539, we support Intro 2209, we support Intro 1671, and we support Intro 2220. And we also support bills in the Life Reform Package. This is only the beginning. These are only initial steps in building a better, safer, and more just future for all of us. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
For your testimony. Next up will be Michael Sositsky, followed by Andrew Case.
Time starts now.
Thank you. My name is Michael Sositsky, Senior Policy Counsel with the NYCLU. I just want to focus on a few of the items on the hearing agenda and make some recommendations as to additional items for the Council to consider. First, on Resolution 1538, the NYPD has repeatedly proven incapable of policing itself, but by law, that's the current paradigm. And this is an issue not just in New York City. Our offices throughout the state face similar challenges in trying to bring independent accountability to police disciplinary systems. So we support the resolution and we welcome the Council's advocacy with the state legislature, but we also want to emphasize that the best way to protect New Yorkers is to reduce the number of contacts between police and the public that lead to misconduct in the first place. Disciplinary authority matters, but it comes in after the harm has already been caused, which is why it's so essential to continue identifying ways to reduce the size, scope, and power of the NYPD and to invest in non-police alternatives. Next, on Intro 1671, it's crucial to get a complete picture on disparities in vehicle stops, given the potential for escalation and abuse in these encounters. And back in 2017, one of the reasons the NYCLU withdrew support from the police identification bill was because it maintained this higher level of secrecy and impunity in vehicle stops. So we support this bill. We also call for amendments to make it more comprehensive in the data that we've made available to the public, including by providing more detailed information on all types of vehicles that are stopped and to cover all types of enforcement actions arising from vehicle stops and traffic encounters. So not just traffic infractions, but also ensuring that we're getting data on any criminal enforcement that arises in connection with a vehicle stop. On Intro 2220, qualified immunity is a major obstacle in federal litigation to holding officers accountable. And while federal action is ultimately needed to fully address this issue, local measures like this can help by providing a separate channel for relief. But we also must ensure that they're broad enough to cover the full range of police abuse. As my colleague at Legal Aid noted, the NYPD violates much more than just the Fourth Amendment protections included in this bill, including 14th Amendment's guarantee of equal protection, the First Amendment's protections for protests, speech, things like recording police activities. So the bill should be equally comprehensive to take account of those violations. And we also note that even with the partial indemnification structure outlined here, the city still pays and taxpayers will remain on the hook for hundreds of millions of dollars each year in police misconduct cases. So we encourage the council to find ways to ensure that those costs are more directly borne by the police department itself, including by reducing the agency's budget to account for the costs of police misconduct. It's not just about holding individual officers accountable, it also needs to be about holding the department as a whole accountable for the culture it promotes and condones among its officers. And lastly, we suggest a few additions to the council's overall legislative package. We urge the council to amend and pass Intro 1551. This bill was first heard at a public safety committee hearing back in 2019 and remains pending. It was meant to codify, I'll briefly wrap up on this in just one other quick point. It was meant to codify an agreement to expand reporting on all consent searches under the Right to Know Act. But at that hearing, the NYPD confirmed that its officers were not actually following the Right to Know Act requirements in cases where officers were conducting DNA searches on the basis of so-called consent. And that the NYPD could be collecting DNA information from the public without following basic guidelines in local law or reporting on those encounters is alarming. And we need the council to act to swiftly amend and pass Intro 1551 to clarify that these instances need to be documented. And last point, we also urge the council to introduce and pass legislation to require reporting on investigative encounters below the formal level of a legal stop. So what are known as level 1 and level 2 encounters. These encounters are not documented in the same way as stop and frisk, despite the fact that many people's experience of these encounters aren't all that different. We know, and the court-reported monitor has, in the stop and frisk litigation, has confirmed that NYPD is underreporting the total number of stops that continue to take place. And the only way that we're going to understand the full picture of what these practices look like in communities is to ensure that the department doesn't have an out in what kind of encounters it's required to report on or not. So we hope to see the council introduce and pass legislation on these encounters as part of its overall police reform package. Thank you, and thank you for your indulgence in me going over time.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for the recommendations as well. Thank you. I've written everything down.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up will be Andrew Case, followed by Hercules Reed, followed by Chi Osei.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair Adams, members of the Public Safety Committee. My name is Andrew Case. I am Senior Counsel at Latino Justice ProDef, and I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to testify today. Over-policing harms communities, and particularly harms communities of color. Procedural reforms to how New Yorkers are policed, while beneficial, will not solve the policing crisis in this city. In our written testimony, we will address all the bills, including the two items that Michael mentioned, the level 1 and 2 stop and the DNA bill. But today I only want to speak about Resolution 1538 and Intro 2220. Regarding 1538, since the CCRB was created in its current form, 6 police commissioners under 3 mayors have systemically downgraded CCRB's recommended punishment for officers who broke the law. This happened when I started working at the CCRB in 1997 and has continued to this day. The new NYPD disciplinary matrix will not change matters. The penalties suggested by the matrix are uniformly low. If an officer is found to have stopped and searched someone illegally, for example, the standard matrix punishment is to forfeit 3 vacation days. And in any event, the NYPD has granted itself the power to depart from the matrix if it so chooses. The city and the NYPD say they will only depart from the matrix in, quote, extraordinary circumstances, but the NYPD's treatment of cases where the CCRB proves that officers lie show how frequently the department invokes such exceptions. Section 203-08 of the NYPD Patrol Guide states that, quote, intentionally making a false official statement regarding a material matter will result in dismissal from the department absent exceptional circumstances, but the NYPD ignores the vast majority of cases in which the CCRB finds an officer lied. There is no reason to think it will act any differently under the disciplinary matrix. Latino Justice therefore strongly supports removing disciplinary authority from the NYPD. And I want to add, I heard earlier someone talk about how outside people don't generally discipline. The state bar can discipline me regardless of what my employer says, and every attorney in the state. So it's quite common for people to have outside discipline for their professions. The proposed resolutions, however, even if passed, will not solve the problem entirely. Even if the state legislature changes the law, the council must revise Administrative Code Section 14115, likely must amend Section 434 of the Charter for disciplinary authority to change hands. Latino Justice Pro-Defs calls upon the council to do so that authority may pass as soon as the state acts. Qualified immunity protects officers who engage in gross acts of misconduct. Justice Sotomayor has written that the doctrine was, quote, sanctions a shoot first, think later approach to policing. Latino Justice unequivocally supports the repeal of qualified immunity. As others have stated, this bill will not fully repeal qualified immunity. I want to make one additional point very quickly, that it does not require the NYPD to implement lessons of litigation. The OIG for the NYPD has requested repeatedly that the NYPD use data from last lawsuits to revise its policies and practices, and the NYPD has been slow to adapt. Only one example of this. In 2004, the NYPD surrounded and arrested a group of demonstrators who were protesting the Republican National Convention. The department was sued. The city paid millions of dollars. And on June 4th of this summer, the NYPD, supervised by the same officer, once again kettled peaceful demonstrators. And according to the DOI report on last summer's protest, it continues to use kettling as a policy while calling it encirclement. Any litigation data should, in addition to issues of qualified immunity, be used to revise policies and practices. I want to thank you for your time and thank you for allowing me to go a little bit over.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up will be Hercules Reed, followed by Chi Osei, followed by Jeff Strabone.
Hello, my name is Hercules Reed, and I speak on behalf of Strategy for Black Lives, a youth-led organizing group in New York City fighting for Black liberation. A collective of current and former student leaders, we understand the need to be strategic, to succeed in and maintaining this fight. We continue to both march in the streets and advocate for policy in the halls of power. The imaginations and voices of change for generations have powered the tides to bring us to this point as a city and nation. Civil rights heroes like Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass fought, bled, and died for the abolition of slavery. Often people hear the word abolition and cringe. We understand that there is no public safety without trust. We do not trust Commissioner Shea as a leader and believe his resignation would also assist in the healing the city needs right now. His lack of leadership and neglect over time led to the continued false arrests and violations of our rights as protesters, protected by the First, Fourth, and 14th Amendments, and yet he is protected by immunity, not accountability. A 2020 Forbes article read, just last year, qualified immunity was granted to Fresno officers accused of stealing more than $225,000 during a search. Idaho police, who bombarded an innocent woman's home with tear gas and grenades, and a Georgia officer who tried to kill a family's dog but accidentally shot a 10-year-old boy instead, all because the rights involved weren't clearly established. Police should not be the Donald Trump of public safety, finding ways to avert the law and disenfranchise people at will. We have seen what happens when people believe they are above the law. Absolute or qualified immunity granted to public safety officers, a defense in practice that is abhorrent, presents clear conflict for people they are sworn to protect. The murders of Mike Brown, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Eric Garner at the hands of police reflect a flawed system to discipline and or hold accountable officers for malpractice. Having civil protections as a citizen is essential to building trust and a cornerstone of democracy. Having the ability to hold police accountable by a fair trial is the only clear sign that no one is above the law. Countless videos of police abusing their authority exist, and yet here we are endeavoring to have human rights. It is already their word against ours, and if their action didn't violate clearly established rights, they walk free. Historically, it has created a pattern where officers feel legally and politically protected from being held liable for violating human rights. This is not about restitution. It is about building trust back. Everyone needs boundaries with consequences that make them second guess before acting irrational. End qualified immunity now. It is not a defense. We look forward to working with the Public Safety Committee to reform and reimagine public safety as we support the current proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. And I just want to say, Mr. Reed, you represent youth very well. I appreciate your time today, and I appreciate you appearing before this committee and providing your testimony. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Chair. I'll now turn to Chi Osei, followed by Jeff Strabone, followed by Tanya Cruz.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Since 1845, the culture of policing in New York City has been confusing. The finest are here to protect and serve. The finest are trained to stop crime and apprehend people who commit crimes. But to achieve these respectable goals, the NYPD has allowed itself to become too big to admit failures with personnel, so arrogant as to believe its officers cannot be punished for misconduct, and still treats the citizens of challenged communities as criminals. My name is Chi Osei from City District 36 in Brooklyn, and this is why I marched and organized during the summer protests of 2020. No one in New York City wants violence and chaos. There are criminals in this city. However, some of these criminals are badged and armed. Two of the bills presented in the hearing today are good first steps for change. They will help set the stage for culture change and accountability. Requiring confirmation of the police commissioner by the city council allows the representatives of the city a say in shaping the culture of law enforcement. Confirmation hearings give the legislator and the people a chance to know the appointees' positions on key issues and forces a mayor to consider not personal agenda, but the will of the people. I asked the city council to consider codifying provisions to ensure the hearings will not be political performances or ceremonial charades, but amplification of the voices of the people the council represents. Additionally, will the vote be plurality or 2/3? The former gives all appointees a fair path, while the latter forces the mayor to present a superb candidate. These simple measures will help to put the right person at the helm of the NYPD, and we will hope the resolution to remove the police commissioner's final disciplinary authority will pass in the city council. We hope our state senators and assembly members will take the important fight to Albany, a fight to give the people of New York City a true instrument of departmental justice by empowering the CCRB. We hope the council now or in the future will mandate the CCRB findings be distributed to the City Council's Committee on Public Safety, the Police Commissioner, the Mayor's Office, and the appropriate DA's office. We hope the resolution will lead to legislation and codifies discipline options for legitimate misconducts, including when necessary, dismissals, expulsions, and recommodifications of criminal charges. Checks and balances is one of the cornerstone philosophies of America. It is accountability in action. For too long, the NYPD has allowed a culture of bullying and bias disrupt its mission to protect and serve. This culture meant officers who act and move with violent impunity. The interests presented in this hearing are good steps to ensuring all people are protected and served, and will parallel the mayor's attempt to reform the NYPD from within. I often mantra we want a police department that catches criminals but does not criminalize communities. Next steps, budget changes reducing the NYPD to buoy social agencies and passing the reform bills that reduce their non-criminal duties. I look forward to hearing how the bills mature and becoming an advocate for their passage into law. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Jeff Strabone, followed by Tanya Cruz, followed by Kelly Grace Price.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams and members of the Committee on Public Safety. My name is Jeff Strabone. I'm a lifelong resident New Yorker and former Vice Chair of Community Board 6 in Brooklyn. I thank the committee for its time and for listening. First, I support all 12 bills announced last month to redefine public safety and strengthen police accountability. Because of time limits, I will focus on one bill, Resolution 1538, 2021, calling on the New York State Legislature to remove the New York City Police Commissioner's power to waive police discipline. To put it simply, I don't want Donald Trump to be our police commissioner. Trump abused the presidential pardon power. The last thing the city needs is a Commissioner Trump to pardon Officer Roger Stone and his buddies. I'm using colorful language, but I stand by the point. No commissioner should have pardon power. The power to pardon is a license to commit abuse and corruption. It's already hard enough for the CCRB to investigate police misconduct and decide on actual discipline. For the commissioner to then overrule the board in half the cases decided in 2019, only a 51% concurrence rate, according to the resolution, adds citywide insults to individual injury. And the concurrence rate is substantially lower for the most serious cases. Let adjudicated discipline stand. Let discipline be discipline. Please pass this resolution. Take the pardon power away from the office of the commissioner. Finally, I want to salute Ms. Rivera. Her strength today empowers all of us. Thank you, and thank you to the members of the committee. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up will be Tanya Cruz, followed by Kelly Grace Price and Sarah Sitzler.
Time starts now.
Greetings, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Tanya Cruz, a community board and a Queens Traffic Safety Board member. I am personally coming before the Public Safety Committee to testify in strong support of Intro 1671 and how far-reaching its needs is. This step is in correlation with the U.S. House Resolution 255, co-sponsored by Congressman Rose, along with 5 additional New York reps that passed December 2019. Whereas resolved that the House Representatives promotes increased public awareness on the issue of motorcycle profiling. 2, encourages collaboration and communication with the motorcycle community and law enforcement to engage in efforts to end motorcycle profiling. 3, urges state and law enforcement officials to include statements condemning motorcycle profiling in written policies and training and materials. I am concerned with the motorcycle-only checkpoints executed by NYPD for safety enforcement responses, yet they refuse to share timely information pertaining to said checkpoints to governmental agencies, even New York City Motorcycle Advisory Council that is tasked with saving lives and meeting with the mayor's priority of Vision Zero. We are seeing checkpoints being used to profile certain individuals that reminds them of stop and frisk, not the interaction that modifies behaviors that saves lives. I think in light of 51 fatality in 2020, that's an 87% increase. Singularly, checkpoints doesn't work. Again, timely reports helps not only our oversight of NYPD's action, but helps us to use best practices that saves lives, not loss of vehicle or means to search. Again, I support Intro 1671 and its reporting being comprehensive. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cruz. Thank you for representing Transportation Committee and the great work of Community Board 13. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Next up will be Kelly Grace Price, followed by Sarah Sitzler and Sunny Lawrence.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Kelly Grace Price from Close Rosies. I'd like to testify about the bills on the table today, and also I'd like to reinforce what Councilwoman Rosenthal had to say about shifting the focus of reform onto the Special Victims Unit. First, I'd like to quickly talk about, of course, I would like to endorse all the bills, and I'd like to give a couple perspectives specific to my own experience as a woman entangled with the criminal legal system and a woman who has been actively litigating against the NYPD and against the city of New York in federal court as a pro se litigant over these specific issues of immunity. Of course, I would love it if the city council could have a voice in who is given the police commissioner role. The backroom deals cut between the mayor and the PC have plagued reform efforts in the past, and a third layer of oversight by this governing body would go a long way into curbing this practice. Second, I'd like to talk about Intro 220-21, establishing an individual right of security versus police officer illegal search and seizure, and eliminating an absolute and qualified immunity defense. 3 quick points. I want to first say that the fastest way to curb qualified immunity is to set a precedent in the Southern District. You heard it yourself today from the mouths of the NYPD attorneys. They watch carefully the, quote, complicated case law precedent set in the Southern District. A more efficacious solution to this legislation, well, it's not bad, but a more efficacious solution would be undoubtedly tied up in supporting ways to lay down the case law in the Southern District. So you need to find ways to support pro se litigants and to support Section 1983 litigants, because this legislation will be undoubtedly tied up in litigation and in appeals for years. So maybe create an office in the state court equal to the NILAG pro se clinic in the federal court to help people. There needs to be budgeting, but the pro se clinic came out of the HRA budget. So there is already a precedent to do this. I also want to say that it's ludicrous for the mayor's office and the NYPD to state that this legislation is problematic because what is in the patrol guide may not be reflective of the language of this bill. I know I didn't hear that wrong. I know I heard several people say that in 1PP. And I want to say I've been to many city council hearings, NYPD reform, and I've heard many NYPD lawyers in white shirts offer many excuses for why they don't support legislative efforts led by members of this legislative body. But this is a first. If the NYPD is unable to synthesize city council laws and authority into the guidebook of protocols and procedures that govern the NYPD actions, I believe this is an issue. This is an issue far greater than the capacities of this hearing may offer. Thank you. I did really want to talk about focusing reform on special victims, and that is in my written testimony, and I will submit that this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Chair, if you have a question, go ahead.
Question. I was yielding the floor to Councilmember Levin. His hand is raised.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just want to thank a member of the public for their testimony on this, and a very thoughtful testimony. And I think we'll take it very much under advisement when moving forward on this legislation. It did remind me that there was a point that I did not raise with the administration that I would like to be in the record, which is that if there are aspects of the patrol guide that are violating people's Fourth Amendment rights, that would be shocking to me. So this argument that an officer could be following the patrol guide and the law, and somehow that would run afoul of people's constitutional rights does not seem. Then we'd have, as I agree with the individual that just testified, that that would, then we'd have bigger problems. Obviously, if the patrol guide gave, if the judiciary found that aspects of the patrol guide itself were violating people's Fourth Amendment rights, because as we know, there's plenty of attorneys at the police department working on the patrol guide to ensure that very thing does not happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Levin. Next up will be Sarah Sitzler, followed by Sonny Lawrence, followed by Michael Matos. I'll just remind any other council members, if you would like to ask a question of the panelists, please use the Zoom raise hand function.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sarah Sitzler. I'm a resident of Brooklyn. I've resided in New York City since 2007, and I'm testifying today in support of all of the proposed legislation, but I'm going to focus on Resolution 1538. I also just want to acknowledge that the Commissioner's absence from this hearing speaks volumes, as well as all of the representatives and officers of the NYPD who are now absent or have their cameras turned off, as well as Ms. Davis. I don't know, maybe you're getting lunch, maybe you just aren't ready to listen to the public. That being said, the NYPD Commissioner can ultimately quash any disciplinary suggestions that the Civilian Complaint Review Board offers in order to protect officers from facing any repercussions for their misconduct. So as it stands, the CCRB appears to be more of a tool for political posturing than an agency with any tangible authority. And we really need the board to have real input and influence over cases of misconduct within the NYPD, because when there are little to no repercussions for misconduct, this just perpetuates a culture of lawlessness within the very agency responsible for upholding the law. And when the sole disciplinary authority of said agency is also the head of its governing body, then there is a greater potential for collusion than there is for accountability and for justice. And I must acknowledge the work of all the activists and organizers in the Black Lives Matter movement, because the actions and demonstrations of the past year specifically have directly influenced this legislation at this hearing that we're having today. And also thank you to Chair Adams and for the council members for pushing this legislation forward. And as much as I'm asking you to pass this legislation, I also urge you to do even more, because simply providing public access to the misconduct of the NYPD, such as the Disciplinary Matrix, does not actually do anything to address that misconduct and corruption itself. And further action must be taken to curb the behavior of the NYPD, who currently operate as a racist, transphobic, lawless, militarized mob whose salaries are paid for by us, the taxpayers, for half of a force that doesn't even reside in our communities. So transparency and true accountability are requirements for the potential for justice, for the potential for trust, and for healing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up will be Sunny Lawrence, followed by Michael Matos, followed by Vicky Wienerman.
Can I start? Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for hearing my testimony here today. My name is Sunny, and I've lived in New York City for my whole life. I'm 25 years old, but in those 25 years, I've seen too many abuses from the NYPD to count. From racist stop and frisk searches to violence against peaceful protesters to the murders carried out against Eric Garner, Mohammed Ba, and many others. Just this morning in the New York Times, there was an article about how racist, ineffective policing led to innocent people being incarcerated. The reason that these abuses keep happening is because the NYPD protects itself. The policies currently in place ensure that there are no real consequences for abuses by police and no meaningful oversight or control of the NYPD by the people they serve. That is why I support all of the bills under discussion here today. These bills would require more transparency and accountability from the NYPD, making it harder for them to cover up abuses. They would require more oversight by the City Council, giving New Yorkers more control over who is policing them. They would also make it possible for officers who commit abuses to actually face consequences, which currently they are protected from by qualified immunity and the police commissioner's ability to waive discipline. Currently, those policies make officers feel entitled to mistreat the people of New York because they know they won't face consequences. We need officers to know that they will be liable for the harm they cause and not just protected by a well-funded boys club. We have to stop the largely unchecked abuses by the NYPD and make sure that there are actually systems in place to keep the NYPD accountable. Otherwise, they will continue to do what they have been doing, which is inflicting harm and violence on the people of New York. I want to take a moment to thank all of the activists from the Black Lives Matter movement, especially Riders for Black Lives, who have been doing the work of getting the information out about these hearings and organizing people to show up. I also want to thank Councilwoman Adams and Councilmember Levin, who are both advocating so passionately for these bills, and I really appreciate the work that you're doing. And I would feel very, neither of you are my council member, but I would feel very represented by you if you were. So thank you for your work. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up will be Michael Matos, followed by Vicky Wienerman, followed by Peter Horan.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Matos. I'm a resident of Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, a constituent of Councilman Brennan, and a veteran of the U.S. Coast Guard. I'd first like to thank you for the opportunity to address this committee in regards to matters of public safety. I'd like to begin by presenting an issue of dire urgency regarding the state of our public safety system as it currently operates. We have an incredible lack of accountability regarding acts of misconduct and gross negligence by officers of the NYPD. As it stands, matters of discipline remain under the exclusive authority of one individual. To balance this authority, we have the Civilian Complaint Review Board, compiled of appointees to provide oversight on complaints received, make recommendations in regard to courses of action. In theory, this sounds like an effective way of ensuring a fair and sufficient means of disciplinary procedure. In reality, this is not the case. According to the CCRB's 2019 annual report, the police commissioner concurred with only 51% of recommendations made by the CCRB, with the most serious cases receiving a concurrence rate of 32%. According to an analysis by the New York Times, NYPD, quote, regularly ignored the CCRB's recommendations, overruled them, or downgraded the punishments, even when police officials confirmed that the officers had violated regulations. Well, this is an act of negligence maintained for about 71% of the 6,900 misconduct charges filed against officers of the NYPD. It's clear. The current system of disciplinary action is ineffective, and a poor joke to the communities who these officers swear to protect and serve. I've served 6 years in the Coast Guard, most of that time in a law enforcement capacity. I've worked with morally sound and dedicated individuals from a variety of law enforcement agencies, servants of the public. The continued acts of misconduct, unprofessionalism, blatant disregard of public opinion, and a devastating lack of integrity by the officers of the NYPD disrespect the very oath they swear to uphold. This absence of accountability stains the legacy of the officers who have served with honor and selflessness. Leadership is about doing what is right, even in the most difficult of situations. Our police commissioner has forgotten. Resolve this exemption from responsibility, remove this exclusive authority from the police commissioner, and allow the CCRB to impose fair but necessary discipline on officers who defy their oath. Let me be clear. This alone will not instill public trust in the NYPD, but it is a step in the right direction. Public servants work for their communities, not the other way around. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Vicky Wienerman, followed by Peter Horan, followed by John Tufel.
Hi, everybody. Thank you to everyone who has spoken before me, all the amazing activists who are so well spoken. I am very proud of you all for being so eloquent, unlike myself. I am a 64-year-old, my birthday's in 2 days, a 64-year-old woman, and I attend a lot of BLM protests, and I am astonished at the anger and the vehemence and the violence that the NYPD is constantly providing. I have seen, as you all have, young people, old people pulled off the streets. I don't need to go on about that, but I will say that I also am disappointed that Commissioner O'Shea could not be here today. I'm not sure what was way too important for him. I'm also not sure why the NYPD is maybe listening or not listening. They were here before, but they're not. I would just want to speak about, again, not so eloquent. I want to speak about the 4-hour training that was mentioned that the NYPD had in order to take care of the summer protests, which has supposedly gotten better. No, it has not gotten better. It's gotten worse. They're wearing Trump badges. They're still violating laws. I have been fired from jobs for being late and having a bad attitude. Yet an NYPD officer can violently harm, arrest, kick, whatever. They do a lot of bad things and still not be fired. I don't understand this police union nonsense. I am supportive of all these bills of reform and what else am I going to say? That's all. That's all. I'm pissed off. That's all. That's what I want to say. I'm pissed. Been fired from jobs for having a bad attitude and being late. I think the NYPD should be held accountable for their actions. This is Not good. I'm not going to curse because then you'll just say, oh, old lady with a bad mouth. But I yield the balance of my time. Thank you, everyone.
You're not so old, Vicky Wienerman.
I wish I was 65. I wish I was turning 65 on Thursday, and then I could get a vaccine, but no. So I will continue wear my mask, unlike many of the NYPD who do not wear masks. They wear bandanas. Bandanas are not masks, by the way. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenthal, I see your hand.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. I just actually wanted to ask Mr. Matos, because he spoke about his time in law enforcement in the Coast Guard. If he could speak a little bit about discipline structures in the military and how they differ from what we see in policing in our civilian police force.
Thank you, Councilman. So I served 6 years in the Coast Guard. I did federal law enforcement. Discipline that I've seen in our system, we can be charged if we do mess up civilly, criminally, and against the UCMJ. We have no unions to protect us. We don't do any of that. We all know that when we go into the job. We make our training very specific and basically in the way of we all understand that we take this responsibility on ourselves. If we mess up, it's our problem, and we personally deal with it. We have the deal with accountability for it. We can be docked in pay. We can be reduced in grade. We can also be charged on court-martial and imprisoned. There's a lot more of what I see accountability on our side of the military than there is on the side of policing here in NYC.
Is there issues around within the military? I mean, I guess there's always issues, but are there issues specifically? To be frank, there's an issue that we have in police departments around the country of the quote unquote blue wall of silence. That officers' loyalty to each other often trumps loyalty to the force in that sense, or to the truth. They don't want to rat each other out. I mean, that's a well-documented cultural aspect, including in the police department in New York City, going back to Serpico and before. So can you speak to just the culture of accountability? If a member of the Coast Guard sees another member of the Coast Guard engaging in conduct that unbecoming or prohibited conduct, what's the kind of culture within the service for that?
Thank you. So of course, I can only speak on a personal level. I can't speak for the Coast Guard as a whole, but from my personal experience, from what I've seen, when people do mess up, you do have that kind of, it's required for us to act, regardless of any kind of, loyalty to have with other. Like, our loyalty is to the American people first and to the Constitution. So when things happen that we know are in the wrong, regardless of any kind of blue wall or anything, that doesn't, doesn't add up to us. Personally, if I see anyone that violates their oath or that does something wrong and stuff, there is no blue wall of silence. There's no kind of brothers in blue for me. If you personally violate your oath, you are no sibling. You betrayed the public trust, and I'm going to take the measures needed to make sure you're held accountable and to make sure the standard of us performing law enforcement within the Coast Guard is held to that high standard, so we can ensure that the public trusts us to do our jobs.
Would you say that the same holds in federal law enforcement?
Again, I'm sorry.
Would you say that the same holds in federal law enforcement in the capacity you served there?
That I can't speak to, Councilman, just because I have only seen the Coast Guard. I apologize.
Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate your answer. Thank you, Chair.
My pleasure.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up will be Peter Horan, followed by John Tufel, followed by Miguel Reyes Velasquez.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Peter Haran. My pronouns are he, him. I'm a longtime resident of New York, currently living in District 40. Thank you for taking the time to listen to the public, and I appreciate those who spoke before me for their energy and their inspiration. I want to say that I support any and all bills put forward to increase police accountability. Specifically, I'd like to talk about my support for Resolution 1538. It makes no sense to me that the commissioner has this power at all. I come from a large family. I have 6 siblings, and with the way the system works now, it's the equivalent of asking my sister, the oldest, to have power of how the rest of the children are disciplined. The NYPD doesn't ask those they arrest how long they like to be in jail or how much of a fine they like to pay. The commissioner should have no say or authority about how, why, or whether discipline to officers is administered. Excuse me. The argument made earlier in this forum by the NYPD about recovering illegal guns off the street can be summed up this way: if police aren't assured that they can do whatever they want, they won't do their jobs. And no other profession on earth can function under such backwards logic. The NYPD not only functions under this logic now, but does so while lethally armed. There seems to have been little to no discipline administered to officers who committed egregiously violent acts seen during the protesting last summer, including assaulting demonstrators, assaulting and arresting media and legal observers, stealing bicycles off protesters, and in one incident in late May, 2 NYPD vehicles running down protesters on camera. These are not opinions I'm stating, but the plain facts that have been reported and that are not in dispute. It's clear the commissioner feels that docking vacation days or assigning desk duty counts as sufficient discipline for incompetent officers. Clearly, this is not the case, as police misconduct continues to be a major and perhaps increasing problem in the NYPD. If the head of the Sergeants Union can tweet personal information about Chiara de Blasio and in fact compromising yet again the safety of a Black woman with virtual impunity, it's clear that even the city's highest office cannot be trusted to administer justice properly. Finally, I want to take this time to thank Councilmember Menchaca for voting against the police budget last year and for being an ally in this fight for accountability and public safety. I ask the committee pass this resolution to remove the pardon power from the office of the commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up will be John Tufo, followed by Miguel Reyes Velasquez, followed by Betty Maloney.
Time starts now.
Good morning, council members. My name is John Tufel. I am an attorney. I'm a former investigator with the Civilian Complaint Review Board, and I'm a member of the legislation working group of the Campaign for an Elected Civilian Review Board. Preliminarily, I'd like to thank the council for addressing this urgent issue of the police commissioner systematically overturning CCRB findings. When I worked at the CCRB, investigators would every month wait to receive the commissioner's report so we could find out to what extent our investigative findings would be ignored and dismissed. It was tremendously disheartening. As council members have eloquently noted today, the disciplinary matrix does nothing to fix this critical problem. I'm speaking today to make the case that despite this proposed bill calling on the state to act, the city council's hands are not tied. Indeed, it is within the full legal authority of the city council to remove the commissioner's discretion regarding discipline and bind the commissioner to enacting disciplinary recommendations from a civilian review board. Civil Service Law Articles 75 and 76 generally govern public employee disciplinary procedures in New York. However, Civil Service Law 76-4 states that nothing contained in this chapter shall repeal or modify any local law or charter provision relating to the removal of employees. The state initially committed discipline to the commissioner when it enacted the New York City Charter and Administrative Code in the 19th century. As the New York City Charter and Administrative Code predate the enactment of Articles 75 and 76, police discipline in New York City is exempt from the procedures defined in the civil service law, which has been upheld by the Court of Appeals in multiple cases. This grant of home rule has been actually codified in the state statute in clear language. Civil Service Law 75-3A specifically holds, if such officer is found guilty of misconduct, the police commissioner of such department may punish the police officer pursuant to the provisions of sections 14.115 and 14.123 of the Administrative Code of the City of New York. Notably, New York City is the only locality to see this home rule granted codified by statute. Additionally, relevant law indicates that the state did not intend to limit its grant of authority to any specific official or to the commissioner, but instead intended to delegate power generally to local officials, including the city council. The state adopted the charter in 1897, granting the commissioner control over discipline. In 1923, the the state constitution was amended to let municipalities change local laws relating to the removal, terms of office, and compensation of all officers and employees of a city. Then, in 1958, the legislature enacted the disciplinary provisions of the Civil Service Law, including Civil Service Law 76-4, which exempted localities with pre-existing laws. When this exemption was passed, the state had already granted New York City both control over police discipline in the charter and the power to amend charter provisions related to the removal and terms of office for its employees, including the commissioner.
Time has expired.
One moment, please. I'm very sorry. The legislature intended to allow New York City officials to amend charter provisions related to police discipline. In conclusion, the New York State legislature has exempted New York City from state laws regarding police discipline, and this grant of home rule to New York City has been codified in the Civil Service Law, both in Articles 75 and 76. Interestingly, the police department agrees. In the recent memorandum of understanding regarding the so-called disciplinary matrix, the commissioner cited only city law, not state law, as granting him final disciplinary authority. The city council has the legal power to make review board disciplinary referrals binding on the police commissioner, and no request for home rule is necessary. I've submitted to the council a memorandum expanding on this issue and including citations to relevant statutes and case law. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up will be Miguel.
Council, I see Councilmember Deutsch has his hand raised.
Thank you, Councilmember Deutsch, and then I believe also Councilmember Levin.
Time starts now.
Yeah, hi. I have a question for John.
Yes, Councilmember.
Yeah. So you formerly worked for the CCRB, correct?
I did, yes.
You did. So do you believe that the NYPD as an agency should exist here in New York City?
Do I believe that the NYPD as an agency should exist in New York City? Not as it's currently constituted, but I would say yes, probably.
So you would say yes. Why do you say yes?
Well, I mean, the NYPD is a long-standing institution. To get rid of it entirely would require a massive overhaul of city law. I think right now what we're focusing on is reforming the most problematic aspects of the NYPD.
So is that the only reason why the NYPD should not exist? Because it would take a lot of work to take an agency like the NYPD out? Or do you believe that we as New Yorkers, we need to have protection and the NYPD is there to protect New Yorkers?
Well, council member, I think as a majority of the city can tell you, and especially our Black and brown residents, the NYPD does not protect so much as it threatens. And I think
so 1 second, so much. What is the so much? Does the NYPD give New Yorkers some protection?
I guess I'm a little confused as to how we got derailed from a legal discussion of why the police commissioner continuously overturns CCRB recommendations, 71% of the time, in fact. So I'm a little curious why you want to deflect from that issue and speak of some theoretical kind of college level discussion of whether we can reform police or whether we can replace them with a different agency.
Because I've been on the hearing since the beginning and I like listening to people. I like to hear feedback from individuals and from advocates and from New Yorkers. And all I've been hearing all day from the testimonies is how bad the NYPD is and how terrible, and they're like the devils. And I have not heard now one single word from anyone testifying saying that, you know, something, there are good things about the NYPD. And when there is a discussion, we need to look at the positive and negative. So, you know, I haven't heard anything from anyone, and we keep on talking about accountability. But when you look at an agency and you talk about an agency in a negative way, especially someone who worked formerly for the CCRB, knows the ins and outs, it's when you have discussions, you should be hearing the positive, and then you could bring out the negative, and then we need to work together as New Yorkers is how we could reform the NYPD and make it better for, like you mentioned, the Black and brown community, but without having a sincere discussion and asking people that we need accountability, and we want New Yorkers to trust the men and women of the New York City Police Department. But if we're only speaking negative about an agency, even after any reform, how can we teach New Yorkers to have trust when all we're hearing today is in the testimony, the negative? I haven't heard anything positive of all those cops who are out there 24/7 wearing bulletproof vests and putting their lives on the line, and many who don't come home. Well, they have families. They are all human beings, just like you and I. They're all human beings.
Could I respond to that, council member?
Yeah, I'd like to have an educated discussion.
Sure. So I think what I would like to say is the reason I'm here today and speaking about this issue rather than heaping praise in the NYPD, I'll give you a very specific example of my time at CCRB, which you asked about.
I'm not interested in hearing your time. I heard, John, I'm asking the questions now, but I heard all your negative parts. Working fence, because you had your testimony. But let me hear a few positive things about the NYPD from you.
Well, I would say this. When I worked at the CCRB, there was a matter in which a sergeant asked a teenager to get off his bike. The kid said, "Fuck you," and the sergeant punched him in the jaw and broke his teeth. Broke his jaw, actually. He had to get his jaw wired shut. That was my investigation. We recommended that charges be brought against that officer. We proved that it happened. We recommended that charges be brought against that officer. The police commissioner rejected that. And do you know what the punishment was? It was the loss of 2 vacation days for breaking a jaw that required it to be wired shut. And when I saw that from that moment on, this was the cause that I wanted to dedicate myself to, is reforming police discipline in New York City. And this is why I think it's so urgent that the city council act right away.
And I'm very sorry what happened to that kid. But
time has expired.
Can I get another minute? Chair, can I get another minute?
1 minute.
Okay, I just like to ask John if there's a positive story that you have or a positive side of the NYPD.
Me personally, no, I've never had a positive interaction with the NYPD.
You never had anything. Did you hear of any positive stories about the NYPD? Is every cop that is out there in uniform bad? Is that what you're saying?
Is every cop that's out there in uniform bad? I wouldn't want to make such a sweeping judgment. No, I would say that, I mean, in my own personal life, I had one interaction with the NYPD. It was years ago. They showed up at my house and took a statement after I was mugged, and then they never contacted me again.
I'm not asking you about the negative stories, but formally working for the CCRB and being a New Yorker, right? Is there anything positive about the agency as a whole?
Council member, respectfully, I'm not here to give you propaganda.
Because you're here giving propaganda and you have an agenda.
I'm here giving
and so just come out and say, we don't want the NYPD. Just say it.
Time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Levin, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to first I'll stipulate that the vast majority of police officers in New York City are good people. I've known a lot of them over in my time in public life, and I've known a lot of really decent, good cops. So I'm not. I don't think anybody really is here to impugn the integrity of the vast majority of police officers. So, and that's certainly not been the thrust of legislation I've been involved in. I do want to just acknowledge John's help in researching this particular topic. John and I have been in conversation since the summer, specifically about the structure of accountability within the police department. So it's, just in terms of, I've had maybe a couple hours of conversation with John over the last 7 or 8 months, and it has been exclusively, I don't know, he hasn't trashed the NYPD to me. We've talked specifically about the statutory relationship between 14115, which is the city ad code, the history of the legislative history of
14115. The relationship between 14115 and Civil Service Law 75, the subsequent case history going up to the New York State Court of Appeals in the relationship between those two statutes, and how we could go about altering the final disciplinary authority. So in my conversations with John, going back to probably July of 2020, it's been exclusively about, not about, whether police are good or bad. I think that, again, I stipulate that there's, of the 35,000 police officers, the vast majority are good people and they're doing their job honorably and are not out to deny anybody of their civil rights. Again, want to make sure it's in the record that, and I want to express my appreciation for again working through the legal questions around disciplinary authority.
Thank you, council member. And yes, I mean, my testimony today is about those legal questions. So I appreciate so much working with you on this.
Thank you, Councilmember Levin, for that. I was going to chime in along the same lines. The purpose of our hearings is to discuss the merits of the legislation, as I said earlier, to get all dialogue out, both sides, agree, disagree, but this is what a hearing is for, to discuss the merits of legislation and to see where we go from here. So just for the record, I have family members who are members of the NYPD, and I'm very, very proud of them. I'm proud of the work that they do. However, that does not preclude my involvement in needing to reform, as they themselves realize and know that they must have reforms so that we can have accountability and so that we can get some semblance of trust, particularly in communities of color. So I wanted to put that on the record as well. John, thank you for your testimony. I will come back to council. Thank you.
Thank you, council members.
And thank you, Chair. Next up will be Miguel Rios Velasquez, followed by Betty Maloney, followed by Albert Fox Kahn.
Time starts now.
Thank you, council. Thank you, chair, and thank you to the committee. Following the previous discussion around the legal issues, I would like to add my testimony as a private citizen, resident of District 26, and just say that all of the interactions that I have had with the NYPD as a person of color have been negative. The council members, request for positive, illustrations and anecdotes, notwithstanding, I mean, if the vast majority of the interactions that the communities are sharing have been negative, that's what there is. And that's what the hearing and the legislation are aimed at improving, because those are systemic, they are the consequence of systemic decisions that have been made. And I fully support all of the legislations and second the voices of the advocates, including Griffith, Zizitsky, Tuffel, all the ones that have gone before, and urge the council to do more. Because what we have seen is, systemic abuse of power from the NYPD. It's not lost on me that the NYPD is, their cameras are off. Who knows if they're here? I was protesting last summer and have been protesting since, and attending hearings, and I see every time that the NYPD shows up, they show up with their lawyers, they show up in a conference room, they give their testimony, they're supported by a couple of council members, and then they leave. And then when the public here is to tell them what we need and, to share our testimony, they're not accountable even then. How are we to expect them to be accountable when no one's looking? Of course they're not. What are they going to do? They're going to be, in any case, I think I support these, the legislations, and I would definitely urge the council to move further. In my written testimony, I will be sharing specifically the model legislations that I have been doing research on and that I know I've shared with my council member, Von Bramer, and we'll continue to follow up on this. This is a very important issue, and I think that the kind of discussions that Councilmember Deutsch and Councilmember Holden have tried to elevate don't necessarily paint the picture of how it has been for most of us. So I yield the remainder of my time, and thank you very much.
And thank you. Next up will be Betty Maloney, followed by Albert Fox Khan, followed by Aditya Salgame.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, City Council members, and especially to Ms. Rivera for her courageous testimony, and also to the public that is watching this live stream at home. My name is Betty Maloney. I'm a retired 30-year veteran of public school as a public school guidance counselor, member of American Federation of Teachers, and a former rape crisis counselor staff member. I am here as a representative of Radical Women in the Freedom Socialist Party. We are here in support of Resolution 1538 on removing police commissioners' exclusive authority over police discipline, and also to point out that it does not go far enough to make police more accountable and to curb police violence. We are a multiracial organization engaged in grassroots activism aimed at eliminating sexism, racism, homophobia, and labor exploitation. It was on this basis that our two organizations based in Harlem allied with the Campaign for an Elected Civilian Review Board. Over the past 5 years, we have been listening and organizing in all the communities of those that have suffered the most from police brutality and infusing their suggestions into the Community Power Act, which stands for police oversight with elected review. This legislation will provide a more comprehensive solution and the ways our lives are affected by rampant police misconduct, and address the ways our lives are affected by rampant police misconduct and violence. Women and women of color and gender or sex role nonconforming women are often seen as targets for sexual harassment by the police. Our reports when we are victims of crime are not believed or ignored. Worst of all, too many of us have lost our children to police violence. Structural racism and sexism make it virtually impossible for women, and especially women of color, to report. Immigrant women rightly fear being deported if they make a complaint. Trans women of color are acutely vulnerable to the torture of being misgendered and held in male facilities where they are subject to further abuse. This lack of trust in the reporting process and the consequences of facing an unjust court system shows that we need the Community Power Act. I just have a few more paragraphs. Women are not silent. African American have always been the fiercest fighters against brutality of the New York City police. In the 80s, Eleanor Bumper's daughter and the mother of 17-year-old Edmund Perry joined forces to combat police violence and state-sanctioned murder. They pursued legislation then to curb police violence in New York City. Today, 40 years later, Juanita Young, mother of Malcolm Ferguson, who was murdered by police over 20 years ago and heads up Mother's Cry for Justice, is a strong supporter of the Community Power Act.
Time has expired.
Can I just have a few minutes? A minute? The time is right for City Council members that align with women, people of color, LGBTQ folks, immigrants, poor people, and all those affected by police violence to push for an empowered elected civilian review board that will put the power over the police in the hands of the community and give us an elected independent prosecutor that answers to the people and not to the mayor or police commissioner. Such a bill is outlined in the Community Power Act and sponsored by Inez Barron, Councilmember Inez Barron, and we ask the Public Safety Committee to turn your political power towards supporting this comprehensive bill and away from a piecemeal approach. Historically, the time is now for elected officials to speak truth to power. Thank you very much.
I see Councilmember Deutsch that your hand is raised. Do you have a question?
Time starts now.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a question for Miguel. What was the comment you made before about Bob Holden and I?
was
This is for Miguel.
Yes, yes. Thank you, council member. I was referring to comments
You're
you
welcome.
made specifically. Like I know that council member, for example, council member Holden earlier during the hearing brought up that there might be an impact by the liability legislation in starting the in prompting early retirements in the fourth. When we know that also last year, after there was a huge amount of overtime due to the over-policing of protests, there was a large wave of retirements from that from the police force. So it's just that one-sidism that I was noticing, that I was pointing out, that you brought up yourself as well earlier on, talking about how the police why can't we bring up positive things. It's not in question that the police department has a positive impact in certain communities, but we're talking here about how to improve and mitigate the negative aspects of it. So that's what I was saying. I mean, there a philosophical discussion about what the point of a police department can be useful, but it's not gonna improve it and actually concretely help the problems that we're talking about here.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to say that Councilman Holden might not be on right now, but I've been listening to the advocates, and that's extremely important. And I also see Councilmember Yeager on, and he's not part of the Public Safety Committee, and he's still on this hearing listening. And you have many of my colleagues who scream about police reform, and I don't see any of them on. So I want to thank our chair and Steve Levin, who are still on listening to the advocates, and including Councilman Yeager. So it's extremely important to listen and not just to pass laws. And I just want to say for the record, the comment you made before that myself and Bob Holden, are not always on listening, which is I have seen many of my colleagues who are not on right now listening to the voices of people such as you, Miguel, and that's extremely important, not just to come out and vote for a certain bill, but it's about working together and getting the job done. Okay, so I appreciate your advocacy, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. I just wanted to say for the record that my colleague, Councilman Yeager, is still on the hearing listening. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate you being here and listening to us as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Miguel.
Thank you, Councilmember Deutsch. If we're taking attendance, Councilmember Member is also on with us. Council?
Next up is Albert Fox Khan, followed by Aditya Salgame, followed by Melissa Michio.
Time starts now.
Hello, my name is Albert Fox-Khan, and I'm the Executive Director of the Surveillance Technology Oversight Project, a New York-based privacy and civil rights group. And we commend the Council for taking a number of the actions that are outlined today. And quite frankly, it should not be controversial that in a democratic city, not in the partisan term, but simply in a city where we believe in the democratic process and having our elected officials hold those who act on behalf of the people accountable to the people, that we would take these steps, that we would ensure that the NYPD commissioner is confirmed by the council, as all high-ranking city officials should be. But beyond that, that we begin to actually address the decades-long need to ensure that our police accountability process, our discipline process, that the patrol guide is worth the paper it's printed on. We have so systemically ignored the rules that we put on paper that it's unclear what meaning they have for the vast majority of officers. It's unclear what rules we truly have in effect. And we have a pattern here with the NYPD of failing to abide by the rules and the laws that it is entrusted to uphold. And that to me is chilling. It's not just chilling because of the violence we have seen. It's not just chilling because of the ways that it impacts civil rights and the ways that it impacts so many over-police communities. It's chilling because it calls into question the very legitimacy and integrity of our form of government. And I think as a example of this, we can take the NYPD's attempts to circumvent and evade some of the legislation this very council has enacted in recent months and years. We've seen a spate of new laws go into effect trying to push back against documented police abuse, only for the PD to evade them. One that I particularly want to highlight is the Public Oversight of Surveillance Technology Act, or POST Act, which was passed by this committee and this council last year, which put into place the first set of reforms on NYPD surveillance in a generation, which went into effect just last month. And now in 9 days, the deadline for this current comment period will run out. And part of why I'm flagging this is because the NYPD, rather than abiding by the law that this council passed, once again tried to hold itself out there as a force that only is entrusted to police itself. They publish comments that circumvent the law, which do not tell the public what they are supposed to tell us, and which really make a mockery of the council's effort to order it, to engage in the most baseline transparency exercise. This should not be partisan. This should not be polarizing. This should not be something which is dividing us along these lines. This should be the most fundamental commitment that any of us have as people who believe in this city and believe in the power of this form of government, that every agency, even our police agency, will be held accountable at the end of the day. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up will be Aditya Salgame, followed by Melissa Michio, followed by Robert Malik.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Council, and thank you, Chair Adams, again for convening the hearing and for giving me the opportunity to testify. My name is Aditya. I'm speaking solely in the capacity of a longtime Manhattan resident. I'm not officially affiliated with any other advocacy organization, though I very much appreciate all of their perspectives offered here. I'd like to highlight just two terms I think that really crystallize what this issue means to me, and particularly why I support every bill on the table today. One is impunity and the other is trust. Impunity is something that I feel the NYPD operates with on a daily basis. And it's something that I, as a person of color and as a person who's participated in protests throughout the city over the last several months, have seen with my own two eyes. Impunity means seeing a protester shout a curse word at you and beating them with a baton without even considering what that means for reprimand later on. Impunity is the way that Commissioner Shea can publicly show his disdain for this process, for this democratic process, by refusing to show his face at any hearing on an important topic like this that concerns, as people have said, his very job itself. I'd like to point in particular to a point that Mr. Chernovsky made earlier, Oleg, from the NYPD, that I thought was made almost in a bit of bad faith. He said, with regard to the commissioner being approved by the council, why should that happen for the NYPD and not for another agency? He pointed to city council members. I'd ask you one question. Can a city council member shoot a man? Can a city council member beat someone up on the street? Can a city council member do something like that violates somebody's basic physical safety? Can a city council member threaten somebody's life? I don't think so, but the NYPD can, and that is why the NYPD must be treated as its own organization. That's why the NYPD must have authority that stems not from its own commissioner, but from the people who it serves. And the second point here is trust. I think I speak for many other New Yorkers, a majority in fact, who say that I don't trust the NYPD when it comes to dealing with my own personal safety. That comes from my own experience, and it comes from the vast wealth of data we have that show the abuses of power that continue to happen on a daily basis in this city. And one way to restore that trust is transparency. And how do we get transparency? One example is right here on the table, is having reports on every single traffic stop that happens. That's only one small way to get further transparency, but that's the sort of thing we need to be doing to build trust. Another thing I'd say is we don't trust Mayor de Blasio on the police issue. After what happened with his own daughter, we've seen how Mayor de Blasio is under the thumb of the PBA and the commissioner, and has refused to enact significant reform. as we can see from Chelsea Davis earlier today, totally unable to provide an affirmative reason why the commissioner should have the authority over punishment, why the commissioner should not be approved by the council. Another example, I was protesting with the Black Lives Matter movement over this summer. Sorry if I could have one more minute. On 6th Avenue by Bryant Park, steps away from my own office building. And I, with my own eyes, observed officers kettle an entire group of protesters and proceed to beat them, none of whom were armed or violent in any way, beat them with their batons. And I was stunned to see 2 months later, Juanita Holmes, who is claiming to be a voice of the people here, say publicly that the NYPD has never used kettling. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to not believe my own eyes or what, but that's just another example of how the trust has continued to be eroded over the last few years with the NYPD. Finally, Councilmember Deutsch, you made a point about sincerity earlier. As someone who uses the NYC subway every single day and without much concern, I was very sorry to hear that you feel unsafe on the subway. And that's really hard, and I hope we can work together to make that a little easier for you. But I will say that's not really what's on the table here. What's on the table is how we can stop Black and brown people getting killed and abused every day by this police department. It's not about helping you come up with propaganda, helping you come up with positive ways that we've interacted with the NYPD, even if none exist. It's about debating the bills on the table that are here to prevent police abuses, to create accountability, to rebuild trust with the community, and to increase transparency so that police officers can no longer operate with impunity against their own citizens. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up will be Melissa Michio, followed by Robert Malik, followed by Michael Whetstone.
Time starts now.
Sorry, just one moment. Those are all the witnesses we have on the list at the moment. If there are any other witnesses who wish to testify, please use the Zoom raise hand function. Thank you.
Time starts now.
Melissa Michio.
I'm sorry. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Melissa Michio. I'm an activist with the Campaign for an Elected Civilian Review Board. We'd like to speak today in favor of the resolution which calls on the state to remove the sole disciplinary authority from police commissioner, since the NYPD cannot police itself without bias. However, we want to make clear that we believe the situation is dire for the city's people of color, many of whom face police misconduct and brutality, with very few officers held accountable by the department or the appointed and powerless CCRB. For every well-known tragedy like the killing of George Floyd, there are scores of nameless victims who never see the justice they deserve. For this reason, much more is needed than this resolution in order to truly hold police accountable. In the coming weeks, council members Inez Barron, and Alika Ampry-Samuel, and Jimmy Van Bramer will introduce the Community Power Act. POWER stands for Police Oversight with Elected Review. This act creates a community elected board that finally has the power to do what is needed to discipline or fire abusive cops, and to truly represent communities that suffered for far too long. The act also establishes an independent prosecutor to prosecute criminal acts by NYPD without bias. We do not believe it's necessary to wait for the state to act, for reasons that are explained in detail by a legal brief that we are submitting. We can revolutionize the CCRB now and balance the scales of power back to the people of the city. This crisis is a building on fire, and reforms such as the resolution being discussed today, although a step in the right direction, are like bringing a bucket of water to that fire. The Community Power Act is a fire engine. It will provide a powerful mechanism for communities to have a voice in policing and truly hold police accountable when there are abuses. No one step will solve the problem we are facing. But when it comes to systemic racism, police brutality, we need to make sure these steps we are taking are big steps and that we take them boldly. With that in mind, we ask that you help us empower communities most impacted by this failing system and support the Community Power Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Robert Malik, followed by Michael Whetstone.
Time starts now.
I don't believe we have Robert Malik. Let's turn to Michael Whetstone.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. New York City Council, respective guests, and fellow concerned citizens of New York City. I find it a privilege, an honor, and a responsibility to address you today. My name is Michael Rock Whetstone. I'm a retired MTA New York City Transit employee who was responsible for procurement and material distribution throughout New York City Third Rail operations. I'm a member of a nationwide paid membership motorcycle rights organization of more than 3,500 members known as ABATE, which is American Bikers Aim Toward Education. I'm the current president in New York City of 5 Boroughs chapter of ABATE of New York State. I support the passing of Bill 1671, also House Resolution 255, which speaks to anti-motorcycle profiling, also in support of Bill 1538. I've been an avid motorcycle rider for 40 years and a motorcycle rights advocate for some 12 years. I'm currently working with New York City DOT and NYPD and fellow New York City motorcycle advocacy groups to find the cause and to reduce the extremely high number of motorcycle deaths in New York City, 51 in 2020, despite COVID. However, we have not been able to gain access to crash data that has the potential to help us to determine the cause of the crashes and the fatality. We, the unpaid members of the New York City MAC, or Motorcycle Advisory Council, have not been allowed to see this much needed information from New York City PD or New York City DOT. If we, as experienced riders and rider coaches, as some of us are, do not have access to this data, how can we, in light of being invited to the table for this specific reason, how can we realistically help reduce the motorcycle fatalities, of which the bulk of them are in Southeast Queens? Let me enter a word, though, of thanks for New York City NYPD. They assisted and escorted ABATE of New York 5 Boroughs chapter to Barclays Center over the summer in the Black Lives Matter ride and protest. Today, I'm here also to address the matter and issue of New York City Police Department traffic stops and the need for quarterly reports and all traffic stops. Whether they be vehicles at roadblocks or checkpoints, which seem to be geared mostly directly toward motorcyclists. These reports should reflect the exact number of stops, the reason for the stops, and the number of tickets and arrests during these stops, and a reasonable and lawful explanation of the stop. Summonses and or arrests should be reported. All reports should be made available by the end of the last following day of the next month. In reference to Bill 2220, this is a bill that sits close to my heart.
Time has expired.
In Brooklyn, East New York, and Brownsville area of New York City, I am 60+ years of age and have lived under this unjust culture all of my life, and as well as my now grown children and grandchildren. Thank you for allowing me to address this Council on Public Safety.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
If your name has not been called and you still wish to testify, please raise your hand using the Zoom raise hand function. Seeing no hands, I will now turn it back to Chair Adams for closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Council. Thank you to everyone. We're now 4.5 hours in, and for those of you that hung out with us today, we've had a very, very good time during this hearing, I think. I'd like to thank everyone who participated in this hearing, everyone from the public, all the administration, NYPD. I'd like to thank my committee staff, Daniel Adis, Kelly Taylor, Indiana Porta, and Ebony Meeks. And again, all of my colleagues who hung out today. Thank you so much for enjoying this hearing with me. Have a great day. This meeting.
Chair,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can you just give us 1 second? I have someone in attendees. I just need to confirm who they are. Just hold on. We may
Yes,
have one more person.
I also see Councilmember Miller has raised his hand.
The council can go on with the official business. I'd be remiss if I did not just say, talk about the great leadership that you exhibited this afternoon on such a critical topic. I want to thank you for bringing this before us. I want to thank all those who testified before this committee. The fortitude that is required to sit and listen, that you demonstrated for all of us, the leadership that you've demonstrated for all of us is much appreciated and is what is necessary for us to really give this the gravity that it deserves. And I think that you articulated the reason why we are here today, to hear from all sides, to hear how communities are impacted. All communities are impacted. I want to thank you again for your leadership. And I needed to say that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Miller, my co-chair of the Black, Latino, and Asian Caucus. Shameless plug. Joanne, you okay?
We do have one more witness, Chair, so we're going to turn to the caller that we have.
Okay, thank you, Council.
Time starts now.
Yes, hello. Hello?
You may begin your testimony.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Hey, as far as CCRB, you know, anytime that I've called CCRB, they wouldn't take a report from me. They send me over to internal. They send me over to internal affairs, and then internal affairs kicks it over to the precinct, and then you don't hear from the precinct, and you call back internal affairs, and they just ignore you. And the precinct ignores you. And I also had other experiences where they just kick it back to the same officers that are part of the wrongdoing to begin with. So as far as a CCRB figure is being down, I'm sure I'm not the only one who they said, no, we're not taking a report, call internal affairs. And also I just want to say, you know, my name is Robert Malik, and I have two websites, nypdcomplaints.org and acscomplaints.org, and I'm developing them. They are new websites. So anyone's welcome to contact me or to see the development. I have a lot that I'm going to be putting up. Also, my input as far as the immunity is this. You know, it's not so easy to sue someone. It just doesn't work that easy. You call up a lawyer and say, hey, I want to sue this person, and you're going to take it on contingency, right? The fact of the matter is, unless you have a really good case, lawyer's not going to take it. And how much is that going to cost you to hire that lawyer? $50,000? Especially if you're going up against a police officer or the government, or $50,000, $100,000. You have to understand that the government targets not just black people. The reason why it works into black people, I think, as a white person, is because of possibly of class, of money. They also target the poor. They target the poor. They target white people, black people, because they know that they're defenseless. And you know what? If you try and fight the government in the court as a pro se, the judges don't want pro ses there. I've tried this. I've studied the law. I've been in federal court. I've been in the Court of Appeals. I've been in appeals. I've been Article 78. Good luck filing as a pro se against the government or against some of these people. So the whole idea of, oh, you know, my God, there's going to be a flood of all these lawsuits. I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. Okay, so let me also continue over here. Let me give you an example of how corrupt law enforcement is. And it's not just their main target of men between 18 and 50, but children as well. Any children under ACS jurisdiction, such as foster care, are at risk, and many are abused, the evidence of which is concealed by New York City, and ACS has their own police. On October 11, 2018, I saw my 3-year-old daughter at ACS Brooklyn, 19 Rogers Avenue. She had a week-old head injury. I asked her what happened. She said her half-brother Joe threw her because she's crying, that Joe threw her into a wall. This entire visit and her statements were on audio tape. At the time she says this, in the presence of ACS, you can hear ACS Hudson supervisor tell her to take away my phone, since I now had evidence of my child being injured under their jurisdictional responsibility because a family was in a New York City shelter. My daughter was taken by ambulance. All right, just a little bit more, please. My daughter was taken by ambulance to the hospital. There was an incident report, and 7-7 precinct sergeant sent a close of the incident within 24 hours, does no investigation, and makes no arrest. ACS then files in court to suspend my visit with my child because I called 911 for my daughter. They requested the judge that I be prevented from recording to obtain any further evidence of my daughter's abuse. Judge Williams then writes an order that I cannot write, record, or have any witnesses with me when I see my daughter, and further tells me that she has no jurisdiction to hear a family offense petition either. ACS then places, this is key here, ACS then places signs up in and they have their own police department. ACS then places signs up in their facilities to prevent not just me, but all parents from having any evidence of harm to their children while under ACS jurisdiction. This can be seen on my website, acscomplaints.com. Now, Brooklyn Child Abuse Squad does not pick up this case with my daughter until 47 days later. Obviously, the head injury can no longer be seen at this point, and they state in their investigation that there were no witnesses, no reporters, closed the case, and writes on their report that my daughter was living with me when my daughter was injured. When meanwhile my daughter was living in an ACS shelter for at least 70 days. My daughter was not even with me for all that time. No statements.
I have to interrupt you and ask you to please wrap up.
Okay. Yeah, it's just this last paragraph here. No statements my daughter made to me or ACS were referenced or concealed. Furthermore, because my daughter was afraid to say a word as to what happened to her and kept silent during the forensic interview when she was now 4, they stated in their report that she was a retarded mute. When I have spoken with Detective Tirado and Girardi at the Brooklyn Child Abuse Squad, I am told, wait, this is key here. I am told that they can only accept evidence if it comes from the government or hospital, and will not view photos of my daughter's injury nor audio tape, regardless of the fact that they place in their report. We will reopen if more information becomes available. So I just want to show that they also want their own government evidence in their own investigations to do their own investigations and not have evidence from outside sources to control the outcome. And once again, Rob Malik, NYPDcomplaints.org and ACScomplaints.com. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll turn it back to the chair for closing remarks.
Okay. I think I gave them already, but I can give them again. I'm just going to say again, thank you to everyone who participated in this hearing today. My colleagues, the admin, NYPD, and of course the public. A special thank you to Elizabeth Rivera for coming on at the top of this hearing to express herself and to give her story and the story of her daughter, Toni, and her unfortunate loss. And my heartfelt condolences once again to you, Ms. Rivera. Thank you again to my committee staff. Daniel, thank you. Daniel Ades, Kelly Taylor, Indiana Porter, and Ebony Meeks. This hearing is now adjourned.